Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Government bills. Commons. Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments concerning Bill C-29, National Council of Reconciliation Act.
Mr. Ananda-Sangari, seconded by Ms. Hutchings, moves that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kwekwe, Ulukut, Tansi, hello, and bonjour. I would like to first acknowledge that we're gathered on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Mr. Speaker, this has been a very important week for reconciliation in Canada, and let me just begin by acknowledging and recognizing the landmark decision of the Supreme Court of Canada this morning. In a unanimous judgment, the Supreme Court ruled that Bill C-92 as a whole is constitutionally valid. The essential matter addressed by the Act involves protecting the well-being of Indigenous children, youth, and families by promoting the delivery of culturally appropriate child and family services, and in so doing, advancing the process of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The Supreme Court decision represents a significant step in that direction because it clearly affirms that principle, and I want to thank the work of many of our colleagues in advancing this, particularly the Minister of Indigenous Services. So thank you for this. Yesterday morning, Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity, once again, as convened by the Minister of Indigenous Services, to meet with Indigenous business leaders, as well as the major financial institutions in Canada, along with other major corporations, to discuss the notion of economic reconciliation. It was a very moving engagement that really spoke to the need for us to move forward in advancing economic reconciliation, and we look forward to working with all those that were at the table, but also who continue to work to advance this issue. Yesterday and the day before, we hosted the second Indigenous federal, provincial, territorial meeting on missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people. This is a very important gathering of voices of families, survivors, and people who are on the front lines of this crisis, who are at the center of everything that we do. Nous devons placer les voix de famille.
We need to put the voices of families, survivors, and people who are on the front lines of this crisis at the center of everything we do.
So we invited them to Ottawa, where we listened, we learned, and we pledged to redouble our drive towards solutions. What is important, Mr. Speaker, is we also had the provinces and territories represented, and we're very pleased at their participation. The province of British Columbia, the province of Alberta, as well as the Yukon, made presentations on the work that they have done to advance this work in their respective jurisdictions. We are making progress, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be in the gallery of the Senate as the President of the Council of the Haida Nation, as we saw a new bill, Bill S-16, introduced. This bill will recognize the Haida's inherent right to self-government and self-determination. Bill S-16 is grounded on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or as I sometimes call it, the roadmap to reconciliation. The Haida people did not wait for the Government of Canada to wake up and realize that they have the right to govern themselves. They've been doing so for years, and it's time we enact legislation to recognize that inherent right. Mr. Speaker, these are a few small steps we made just this week alone, but they are indicative of a much larger charge towards redressing the past and repairing our relationship with Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples have a government on this side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, that is listening to them, a government that wants to advance their priorities. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'm really having a hard time speaking. Mr. Speaker, I would really encourage my colleagues to,
Alors,
Order. I would encourage all members. I know there are a number of members here, but if we could just keep our conversations down to a reasonable level. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go back to those days. Now, that brings me to the legislation at hand today, Mr. Speaker. I believe that Bill C-29, which we're here to discuss today, represents another crucial step in this ongoing, sustained effort. Because despite these efforts, the road to reconciliation is sometimes a winding road. And governments, this government of the day and every single government that comes after it, need to be held accountable to Indigenous people along that path. This bill would establish a National Council for Reconciliation to provide oversight and monitor progress on reconciliation across Canada in all sectors. As you may recall from when we previously discussed this bill in this House, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission envisioned an Indigenous-led, independent and permanent National Council for Reconciliation to ensure long-term progress on reconciliation in Canada. The role of the Council would include overseeing progress towards implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleagues for their past work on Bill C-29, and today I would like to invite them to pass the amendments from the other place, which I will present to you now. In doing so, I would like to thank the senators for their care and diligence in reviewing this legislation. I would also like to thank members of the Standing Senate Committee on Indigenous Peoples for their work. They came from the position of wanting to support the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation, and all members were very engaged in truly understanding and reflecting on the legislation. They introduced amendments they believe would strengthen the bill, and I thank them for their hard work. I will start with the amendment that the National Council for Reconciliation will not impact permanent bilateral mechanisms between rights holders and the Government of Canada. In 2017, we created these mechanisms for levels of formal engagement never seen before. These bodies are vital to ensuring a productive working relationship with rights holders. They support the direct nation-to-nation, Inuit to Crown, and government-to-government relationship that Section 35 rights holders expect. To quote the committee's report, the Council should not interfere with these mechanisms, bilateral mechanisms, however, could be contemplated by the work of the Council. This is a valuable amendment, and I would like to thank the many national Indigenous organizations and senators for working together and bringing forth this clarification. Other Senate amendments, which we welcome, include better alignment in terminology on how legislation is evolving to reflect the different governance arrangements of Indigenous organizations and communities. An amendment to strengthen the Government of Canada's accountability. In this study of the bill, senators underscored the importance of the Council being able to receive information from the government in a timely way. We agree that it is vital for the Council to be able to fulfill its mandate to monitor and conduct research on the advancement of reconciliation within Canada. To impress upon this point, the other place included an amendment that should the Government of Canada not meet the obligations set out in a joint information sharing protocol with the Council can have recourse to the federal court. We support this amendment. Finally, to ensure greater clarity on where the minister when the minister will submit a required report to Council, a reference to March 31st and not the end of fiscal year was introduced to prevent confusion on timing. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as amended, this bill strengthens the accountability of governments to respond to Council concerns in terms of measuring progress. This bill ensures that Indigenous peoples will lead discussions on what reconciliation should look like now and in the years ahead. The Council would spark new ideas, foster meaningful conversations, and encourage proactive steps forward. It would also connect the people across Canada to further reconciliation. The calls to action fundamentally recognizes that residential school survivors and their descendants are integral to the governance of the Council. They have been waiting for this moment for so many years, Mr. Speaker. Elders, youth, and all Indigenous peoples have been waiting. Let us embrace this historic moment and move forward by passing this bill with the Senate amendments. This way, survivors, their descendants, and Indigenous peoples can finally see the realization of this long-awaited change without further delay. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, merci, thank you, merci.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable from Nunavut.
And I thank the minister for his speech. He started out his speech by saying that this Liberal government is listening to Indigenous peoples and their calls to action. I'd like to ask the minister if they've been listening, why did it take 7 years for this Liberal government to introduce this table when 7 years ago they promised sunny ways, and 7 years ago they promised that they'd have an improved relationship with Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut for that very important question. Since we took office in 2015, Mr. Speaker, we've been working to advance reconciliation across the board, and it's the number one priority for the Prime Minister, and he's reiterated that on a number of occasions. With respect to the Council, in 2017 we established the interim Council that over the last several years have been working towards establishing and bringing forward this bill. We've been debating this bill now for over a year, and I believe that the time is now for us to move forward on this particular piece of legislation. But I will admit, Mr. Speaker, we do have a long way to go, and we have to accelerate the work of reconciliation, and I look forward to working with my colleague in this regard, because reconciliation, while it does take time, needs to be speeded up, and I look forward to working with all colleagues in this effort.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech and the work he does. I feel that it's sincere. In his speech, he said something that bothered me a little bit, and he talked about the summit yesterday on the fundamental issue of women, missing and murdered women, and how that fits into reconciliation, that mourning that is experienced so intimately by a number of mothers and fathers, Indigenous parents who've lost daughters. And one organization was denied entry to this event, and it seems to me that there's something very upsetting when it's supposed to be about reconciliation, and the government seems to think it gets to decide who can claim to be Indigenous or not. So if Indigenous groups in urban areas are excluded from the discussion and prevented from sharing their grief and their mourning, if the government decides to exclude a group because it's part of a group they don't recognize, well, it doesn't make sense to me. And it raises questions about the follow-through. How is reconciliation to succeed if groups are marginalized and excluded? I'd like to hear what the Minister has to say about that. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's an important one.
Just acknowledge that the 2 days of conversations that we had at the IFPT was a very critical discussion. It's the second roundtable we had where we brought together many different national Indigenous organizations, survivor groups, those who represent urban Indigenous people, as well as provincial, territorial governments to the table. We had a number of senior ministers with different portfolios who were represented there. It was a very robust but a very difficult conversation, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the ongoing tragedy and the crisis involving Indigenous women, missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2 LGBTQI+ peoples. It's an ongoing challenge for us, but what we are determined to do, Mr. Speaker, is to work together across jurisdictions with Indigenous people at the center of this, particularly women who have been so impacted, to ensure that we end this tragedy, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Labrador.
Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for tabling this important legislation and for the hard work that he's done in getting to this point. I know it has taken a long, drawn-out process, but I think it's important to consult with people to understand what their priorities and goals are in order to really reflect what they need in this bill. So I'd like to ask the Minister, how does this new form around reconciliation, how is it going to help support communities, families, and children in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Labrador for her long-standing advocacy and work on reconciliation. What I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, with this, as well as others need to present annualized reports to the Council. They will have the opportunity to assess and to report back to Canadians on the work that has been completed, but also the work that lies ahead. It is an additional tool that is critical, I believe, to hold all governments to account, not just our government, but all future governments to account. And that's why it is so important that we get this bill through today if we can, and pass it so that we can start the hard work ahead to both constitute the new council as well as to get them off the ground so they can actually do the work that's required.
The honourable member from, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like the minister to explain how the carbon tax is tied to reconciliation when we have the Chiefs of Ontario representing 133 First Nations and the Assembly of First Nations taking the government to court and asking for a judicial review over their view that the carbon tax is discriminatory against our First Nations.
The Honourable Minister. Did I miss something? Sorry. I did. That's what I thought. Point of order, the honourable member, the honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that silence reflected the need to not answer that question. That is a deeply offensive question when we're talking about passage of a bill, C-29, that is meant to establish a National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. I can't believe that we cannot have a nonpartisan discussion about an important issue without bringing the carbon tax that the Conservative Party seems to be so embroiled in. So I really, that was my expression of saying.
The honourable and all honourable members will understand that all members will understand that that was a response, not a point of order. The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really saddened by the reaction from the official opposition. They should take this legislation seriously. They should take all legislation seriously in the House of Commons. And I felt that question was highly inappropriate. I wanted to come back to the minister, who I hope is seeking to move things forward in a much more forthright way than what we've seen over the last 8 years of this government. We have many Indigenous communities that don't have access to safe drinking water, discrimination in healthcare, in housing, in education, in social services, and so on. It is a crisis that this government has been very, very slow to move on. And on the by Indigenous, for Indigenous housing, it was the intervention of the member from Nunavut and the member from Vancouver East that forced this government to finally move forward on that. I am profoundly saddened by the fact that the government hasn't, up until now, taken this seriously. I understand the minister is endeavouring to change that, But why has the government been so slow to take action in so many areas?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that important question. And I think at the outset I shared the frustration that reconciliation, the pace of reconciliation is probably not at where we want it to be, Mr. Speaker. We want to advance things in a very, very expedient and fast way. But if you look at, for example, C-92, Mr. Speaker, it's a piece of legislation that we brought forward. It was passed in 2021. It was challenged. And today we have resolution on it from the Supreme Court. So some of these issues do take a bit of time, and I appreciate the question, and I look forward to working with the member opposite. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I feel like we're a bit of a broken record in this House because we constantly come back to, the issues that Canadians are facing every single day, and that's, of course, the cost of living and the challenges that the ineffectiveness of this government, makes life more difficult. And I have to say this Bill C-29 is, I think, just another example of a government that is interested in window dressing. They're interested in the photo ops, they're interested in sounding good, but you've already heard from some of their coalition partners about how long this has taken. They started this, they talked about this 7 years ago, and just now we're finally getting to it. There's a number of First Nations organizations that certainly our side encourage the government to include in this process that were not included. And so here we are, debating yet another example of a Liberal government that has come up with half measures, a day late, and a dollar short. And so I think back always when I speak to issues of this government, I think back to my own experience back when I was a mayor. And I, like many Canadians, didn't really know a lot about the Truth and Reconciliation Report at the time. It was brand new and fresh, and during the process of getting ready to take over the new administration and the inaugural, one of the staff came to me and said, "I'd like you to read this in the beginning of your speech." And I read it. I didn't understand it, and I said, well, what is that? And she explained to me that it was a land acknowledgement statement. And I said, well, tell me more about that. And she said, well, it's from the Truth and Reconciliation Report, some of the recommendations. And I said, I need to learn more about that then. And so I of course, read lots, read about all the recommendations, and I was so moved by it, frankly. I realized that in her effort to encourage me to adopt these recommendations, I felt like we missed an opportunity. And so I went back to her and I said, I think maybe what we should do, if we're going to have a land acknowledgement statement for the corporation of the town of Huntsville, we should try to write that collaboratively with the First Peoples who lived on this land. And so we reached out to the chief of Wasauksing First Nation in Parry Sound, and the chief of Shawanaga First Nation, both on Georgian Bay, and the chief of Rama First Nation. We invited them to come and meet with us, and we arranged that, and it was an amazing visit. We had lunch, and I basically sat there as a new mayor and learned. It was incredible. Probably one of the most incredible lessons I've ever had. Those three chiefs have become friends, and we continue to talk today. In fact, Chief Tabamadong from Wasauksing First Nation and I chat quite regularly, most frequently. In fact, I see him here in Ottawa regularly. And the reason I tell that story, Mr. Speaker, is because reconciliation is about relationships. It's about listening. It's about listening and hearing and understanding. And my sense is that, once again, we have a government that says they're listening. They promised the moon. And we see all kinds of examples where they failed because they just keep adding to the bureaucracy. They keep adding and spending more and achieving less. And there's lots of examples of it. We know that, we look back to, when this government first came in and they just said they were going to eliminate all boil water advisories, and they made some progress, but we found out that the departments are actually not very effective at it. In fact, in 2017 when they made that promise, the Parliamentary Budget Officer actually laid out a plan to get the job done by 2020. And of course, the Liberals, they ignored the plan and came up with their own. And of course, as we all know, it hasn't eliminated all boil water advisories. And there's still many First Nations that don't have potable drinking water. And so instead of working with Indigenous leaders to tackle these systemic inequalities that hold First Nations back from achieving prosperity and their own destiny, the Liberals continue down this Ottawa knows best approach. This is something that has gone on forever in this country. The Ottawa knows best top-down approach. There's 6,000. So this is, just as a case in point, there's 6,000, some 6,600 employees in Indigenous services, and the government was going to divide it up, so they divided it up into 2 ministries. And now, of course, we have even more bureaucrats. That's about 10 bureaucrats for every First Nation in the country, and we're still not listening. We're still not listening. Even the Auditor General has reported that these departments are ineffective. And we have a Liberal government that just keeps spending money and keeps coming up with their Ottawa knows best approach and not listening to all First Nations. And I think that maybe one of the reasons why the government changed the agenda today and put this up is because they're aware of a pretty intelligent idea that First Nations themselves came up with and presented to the Conservative Party and to the leader of the Conservative Party, that is true reconciliation in action, economic reconciliation. And so, just yesterday, the leader of the Conservative Party announced that a new program where we're going to take the situation where the Indian Act that hands over all reserve land and money to the federal government to be dealt with by them, and of course when First Nations want their money, they have to come to Ottawa and ask for it. This outdated system, of course, puts power in the hands of bureaucrats and politicians and lobbyists here in Ottawa, not in the hands of First Nations. And the direct result of this Ottawa knows best approach, as we know, is the continued poverty and substandard infrastructure and housing, unsafe drinking water, and continued despair in too many First Nations. And so the leader announced support for this First Nations resource charge. So it's a great idea that First Nations themselves came up with, that it will enable First Nations to take back control of their resources and their money. Putting First Nations in control of their money instead of this Ottawa knows best approach, this top-down approach from Ottawa, lets them keep that resource money. It allows them to master their own destiny and take control of their own lives. This is an example of how a Conservative government would actually achieve reconciliation by listening and by giving control and power back to First Nations, as opposed to building bigger and bigger bureaucracies here in Ottawa that have this Ottawa knows best paternalistic top-down approach to how they deal with everything. First Nations, the housing crisis. This government has generally believed that the bigger the bureaucracy, the better the solution. Yeah. But what we've learned, of course, is that while they've grown the bureaucracy some 30%, they've spent $20 billion on consultants and outside consulting firms, and the results continue to be worse and worse and worse. It's no different in First Nations. It's no different in any First Nation community. And the Conservative Party believes that this is just more window dressing from a party that is out of ideas, and frankly, every idea they've come up with has just made the situation worse, from dealing with the true need for reconciliation with First Nations, to the housing crisis, to the opioid epidemic, and frankly, we hear it all over the country. And I know that the minister was offended to hear about the carbon tax, but there's a number of First Nations that are suing this government over the carbon tax.
In Ontario.
Because they recognize that this Ottawa knows best, top-down approach, bigger government, tax more, they think that that's going to solve the climate crisis. But it's a tax plan. It's not an environmental plan. First Nations know this. Conservatives know this. We believe in listening, working collaboratively, building relationship, and getting Ottawa out of the way. We wish the Liberal government understood that too, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you. The member has mentioned some interesting recommendations from his party, but the devil is in the details. It's easy 2 years before an election to say that you're better than the others, doing better than others, especially when it comes to relations with Indigenous peoples. Now, how will he be able to determine who is Indigenous and who is not? Do the Conservatives have a stance on that?
From Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question. I'm not sure who is the arbiter of who is Indigenous and who is not, but I really can't answer his question, sir.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, member from Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, a number of years ago, we had a number of calls for action that were being placed on the government of Canada. Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister at the time. We were sitting in third party. We had made a commitment to work on and fulfill those calls for action. The Conservatives have consistently been dragging their feet on it. I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in recognizing the importance of the calls for action and why it is that we support this particular piece of legislation, and can he be clear in terms of how he's going to be voting with the amendments?
The Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, if this wasn't such a serious topic, that would literally be laughable. It's rich to hear that member talk about the urgency of these things when it's been 7 years in the making. That member has been part of a government for 7 years, been talking about this, and now it's a race to get it done all of a sudden. I don't think this government understands the word urgency, and I find it rich that they would suggest that, we don't understand urgency. 7 years is an awful long time to put together this council.
The Honourable Member from Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his very important speech and his comments on Vision Forward. He talked about economic reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, I think this is one of the most important things that the current government has ignored. The carbon tax issue with Ontario First Nations having to sue the government. He spoke about the excellent announcement that our leader gave yesterday and the importance of giving back that certainty and control to First Nations. I was wondering, with his experience as a mayor and his leadership, how important is it for government and a government in waiting like the Conservative Party to listen to First Nations and come up with viable things to give that economic reconciliation to First Nations?
The Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I actually think that what the leader of the Conservative Party announced yesterday is very much like like a municipality would operate. You need to listen, and you need to act, and you need to get it done. And what I love about this is that what he's announced is a First Nations model. It was presented to him by First Nations. And it's an optional model that will simplify the negotiation between resource companies and First Nations and give First Nations control, which makes complete sense. It's their idea, and we have committed to implementing it. That's action, that's leadership, and there's an absolute dearth of leadership on the other side.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I do think he's genuine in wanting to work towards reconciliation. I do wonder, though, about the leader of the opposition. There are Indigenous community members in my riding who have said that they don't think there is a possibility of reconciliation with the leader of the opposition when he still hasn't apologized for meeting with residential school deniers. But I was heartened to hear some of the things that the member spoke about, and I think in particular I'd love to hear a bit more about how it's important to have an arm's length, permanent organization that can hold the government accountable to these promises.
The Honourable Member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll thank my colleague for her question, and I guess it comes down to this. It is important to listen to First Nations. It's important not just to listen and pretend to hear, but actually hear and deliver results and action. And you have in the Conservative Party a commitment to do that, a demonstration of how we will do that when we do form government. And First Nations can be reassured across this country that they will have real leadership, real reconciliation, and this government, led by the leader of the Conservative Party, will actually deliver results.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed in my friend from Parry Sound, Muskoka's speech, he couldn't resist talking about the carbon tax. He, of course, didn't mention the rebates that go with the carbon tax, the extra 2 cents a litre in the last year. What he didn't mention also is the exorbitant gouging by oil and gas companies, 18 cents a litre. Is he concerned that there are no rebates whatsoever for the gouging of oil and gas companies across the country?
The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. It's important to point out, though, that I truly believe that there would be no need for these rebate checks if the government didn't take the money in the first place. And frankly, this is classic, liberal government operation. Take more, and then give a little bit back and a little bit back there. It's the Ottawa knows best top-down approach where they're going to decide who wins, who loses. Conservatives believe that Canadians should keep more of their own money, that we should be incentivizing clean energy, not demonizing people for using the only energy they have available to them. And so things like carbon taxes, I'll tell you right now, they punish people. I see the punishing effects of the carbon tax in my riding. When I talk to proud people who've worked their whole lives hard to buy their own home, they own their own home. And then when they go to fill their propane tanks in November or December, they have to go to a food bank, the food bank that they used to support. They're now a client of. We're talking about people that can't afford to wait for 4 months for a rebate check that might cover some of their costs. Things cost thousands more in this country, and it's a result of inflationary spending, the carbon tax, and no amount of rebate, no matter how popular they'll try to make it, is going to solve that problem.
Well done. We have time for a couple of brief questions. The honourable member from Nunavut.
I'm quite concerned with some of the Conservative responses that they say that they'll listen to First Nations. So I'm going to ask him this. When the Conservatives were in government, they were the ones who cut the funds to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which was very important for healing between First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And even though they were told not to cut that program, they did. Is this how you're going? Is this how this Conservative party? Is this how they describe listening when it comes to including making cuts? How do you actually listen when it comes to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and ensuring the well-being of our societies in Canada?
Here.
The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
I do genuinely appreciate the question from my colleague from Nunavut. But I think it's fair to say that this country and every government in history might not be judged terribly fairly, might not be judged positively on their relationship with First Nations from the time this country was founded. What we're talking about today is not the history, it's the future, and what the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party is promising. And I guarantee you that I know the leader of the opposition. He's a man of integrity, and he believes what he says, and he's going to deliver. It's not going to be easy to clean up the mess of this government, but don't judge the leader of the opposition, don't judge the Conservative Party today on the history of this country's relationship with First Nations. This is a new day. We're moving forward, and it's real reconciliation and true partnership.
We have the time for a brief question, 25 seconds, and a 25-second response. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. On December 1st, 2022, the Conservatives voted, along with the rest of Parliament, in favour of C-29. What has changed since is perhaps the arrival of the member for Carleton, which has meant the dynamic has changed in the House, but it's not the amendment, which is that we recognize since time immemorial the First Nations and the Inuit after the first contact. They have thrived. So the Conservative member, if we can go directly to the question, I will let the member 3 seconds to ask that question so that we can get a response.
C'est bon, c'est fini. C'est fini. C'est correct.
The honourable member from Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I didn't hear a question. I heard a lot of rambling, so I don't know what to say. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. I rise today to speak on Bill C-29, an act to establish a National Reconciliation Council to monitor progress towards reconciliation in all sectors across Canada and to support the implementation of sustainable measures to foster long-term reconciliation. These are important elements, particularly in the context in which we are now, and perhaps the long term has not been considered appropriately. It's clear that the current government has adopted a reckless strategy that I would describe as getting off on the wrong foot. Bill C-29 still suffers from a serious flaw. The National Reconciliation Council is woefully unrepresentative. In its current form, it reserves 3 seats for national organizations with which this Liberal government collaborates almost exclusively on Aboriginal issues or Indigenous issues. And that's not enough. Other voices, particularly those of the urban and disadvantaged populations, are being left out. Reconciliation cannot be achieved if we continue to divide and exclude certain groups of people. The government should not play the role of judge and jury in deciding who is Indigenous and who is not. The Supreme Court has already decided that issue in Daniels 2016. This government, which claims to be committed to a process of reconciliation, only recognizes as Indigenous those affiliated with the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. By prioritizing Indigenous peoples in this way, the Canadian government is openly employing a strategy of divide and conquer. It is fueling internal discord by favoring some groups to the detriment of others. This approach is not only deplorable, it's also completely at odds with the spirit of reconciliation and mutual respect that we as a society aspire to achieve. When the majority of murdered and missing women come from urban centers, why are such crucial bodies such as the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples relegated to the background by the government? Where are the voices? There were people who attempted to join in a meeting on Zoom. And during an event that was organized, they weren't allowed to participate fully. So where are the voices that should fully represent the interests of Indigenous and Métis people? Of course, funding is always an important issue, but in the specific case of the discussion surrounding Bill C-29, it's clear that the issue goes far beyond money. It's about representing and giving a voice to all women, particularly those who are marginalized, women who are victims of violence in urban centers, young people, the elderly, two-spirited people. They deserve not only to be heard, but also to have justice. It's ironic to talk of reconciliation while actively practicing the exclusion of certain individuals. This approach creates a hierarchy of groups that's not only unjust, but also profoundly destructive to our social fabric. As observers of this situation, it is our duty to denounce these practices and to promote a genuine spirit of justice and reconciliation. We must remain vigilant and never lose sight of our common goal, that of a society where every individual is respected and included. With regard to C-29, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, there was unanimity in the House. It was wonderful during the passage. And I would say that what has been provided from the Senate should be the subject of consensus. The Conservatives are very critical of the government. Even though they supported the bill just barely a year ago, the amendment that was passed in the Senate, there was 36 to 32 with some abstentions. The bill C-29 as amended, be amended in the preamble. Whereas since time immemorial, First Nations and Inuit peoples and post-contact the Métis Nation have thrived on and managed and governed, and then the bill continues. Essentially, this amendment amends the preamble and talks about time immemorial. And this amendment has no legislative impact in and of itself. It is interesting, however, to see that it's important for some First Nations who want to have it understood that they have been here forever. There is a kind of inclusion here, and the Bloc will vote in favor of this amendment. I would remind the principles for why we supported the bill. We defend a nation-to-nation relation with Quebec, Ottawa, and the First Nations, giving it an additional voice to allow Indigenous peoples to be heard during reconciliation processes is in keeping with our position. The Bloc Québécois is working hand-in-hand with First Nations peoples federally to strengthen and reinforce their rights. The federal government has to fully apply the statement, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Bloc Québécois has also spoken in favor of having the First Nations get their rights and is putting pressure on the federal government to ensure that they do follow up on the calls to action. On June 21st, 2021, the Bloc unanimously passed a motion for First Nations communities to have all the resources they need to ensure that all the truth is known about the residential schools. And this bill will allow that to happen. The Bloc Québécois also announced that it wanted to ensure predictability and sustainability of programs with regard to the victims of the residential schools, such as in healthcare, given the impacts. And there will be a follow-up in the legislation. So there's nothing binding in the bill. Supporting the bill just confirms our position as allies to the Indigenous peoples in Quebec and Canada. With regard to truth and reconciliation now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the following. There are various groups that are interested, particularly in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. There is a committee that was struck with university researchers and members of civil society in order to independently document the implementation of the calls to action. We're referring to the Vian Commission here. Obviously, there was a need in Quebec to have this discussion and to understand what has happened, particularly with regard to what happened to Ms. Echequan. So it's based at the University of Quebec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and I want to highlight the leadership of this university because not only is it a local university, but it's one of the first in the world to have a decolonialized vision and relationship with the Indigenous peoples. And this is part of the solution when we talk about reconciliation. So I must say that I am new in these responsibilities, but I have been in contact with the university to ensure that we can understand all the nuances and all the subtleties in order to do this job. We are elected officials, so we are intermediaries, and that's not nothing. It's significant. So we are at a time when reconciliation must affect us all, no matter where we come from and who we are. So I salute the leadership of the University of Quebec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and there will be recommendations that we will have to take into account because, obviously, we will support the government on this amendment and the passage of this bill. I would like to see some openness in the next steps so we can be as inclusive as possible while respecting the areas of jurisdiction of the various levels of government, that of Quebec, the provinces, but also of the Indigenous communities who want to have more autonomy on their territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague for all his work and congratulate him on his new role as the Bloc Québécois critic on Crown Indigenous Relations and the Northern Development. I know that the member has Indigenous communities within his riding. Can he talk to us about the importance of getting the consent of Indigenous relations to move forward? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to the Minister, particularly on the quality of his French, and I know that perhaps one of the challenges that come with this new responsibility is that I think that we'll be able to talk about these things in French, and it will be a pleasure for me because it's a wonderful initiative. With regard to reconciliation and the First Nations in my riding, I would say that it's very important. I have many discussions with individuals around the minister because it's important. We have the Anishinaabe in my riding. I know that there are community leaders who are very well spoken and they want to protect the spirit of their territory. And I would say that one of the strong demands with Chief Lansenin is that there are things that need to happen. They all have to think about the land, the ancestral lands. You can protect a territory, you can cooperate on economic development, but when it comes to a very central issue like the quality of water and the devastating consequences that a nuclear storage facility can have, such as in Truk River, there are communities that are strongly opposed to those initiatives. I understand your message, but I think it's absolutely essential for the government to think and to refuse even the recommendations made by the Nuclear Safety Commission. Questions and comments?
Forgive me, from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawai, I didn't see you standing there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the member. Congratulations on the members on new posting. I was wondering, how does a member square off the idea that he actually voted in favor of implying a carbon tax on First Nations when we have the First Nations in Ontario actually saying that it's anti-reconciliation by being charged a carbon tax? I wonder how we'd square that off.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. I must say that my perception is that the First Nations feel they're being used as political pawns by the Conservatives. Thank you. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And earlier I made reference to the 94 recommendations, the calls for action, and C-29 addresses a very important call for action. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts on the overall calls. We recognize that the federal government plays a very important lead role, but there's other jurisdictions, provinces, and others that also play a role. And we have seen a significant significant percentage, I believe it's well over 80%, where they've been actually acted upon or are in process from a federal government's perspective. And if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the overall reconciliation and the calls for action.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question. Obviously, the bill is interested in calls to action 53 to 56. So the National Council for Reconciliation, and perhaps I'd like to put the focus on 54, which is calling upon the Government of Canada to provide multi-year funding for the National Council of Reconciliation to ensure that it has the financial, human, and technical resources required to conduct its work, including the endowment of a National Reconciliation Trust to advance the cause of reconciliation. And for me, predictability in funding is absolutely essential. This is applied with regard to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but also allows diversification. It has to be consistent with the rest of the actions taken by the government. There was an economic group that looked at different models, cooperatives, etc., and they wanted to develop Indigenous entrepreneurship in the communities, and that, Mr. Speaker, is essential. And in the coming weeks, their funding has not been guaranteed by the federal government. So predictability needs to be guaranteed to ensure that we can maintain good relations.
The honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reconciliation must advance in our country. It is an obligation, in fact, for the federal government to do so. I would like to ask my colleague's opinion. We have a number of First Nations in my riding that talk about the need to take action on the ground, and that reconciliation means putting an end to the third world conditions in which they are living the housing crisis, the lack of drinking water, among other things. Reconciliation, therefore, means that the living conditions, the daily living conditions, must change in First Nations communities. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I want to thank my colleague. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to say it any better, the issues and the consequences of those issues. This is at the heart of the right to self-determination for Indigenous peoples. This is true in Quebec as elsewhere. In Canada, a number of families, sometimes 2-3 families, have to share housing. So you might have to wake up every 2 or 3 or 4 hours to get access to a bed and give your neighbor, your brother, your sister your bed. This is an urgent problem. The fundamental aspect of human dignity when it comes to housing has been ignored, and it's worse in First Nations than anywhere else. It's easy to look elsewhere, but there are fundamental issues, and all too often the government puts forward amounts in various budgets, and it's a nice announcement, but when it comes time to pay the money, but when it comes with conditions and the First Nations are not able to respect those conditions because they live in a rural region or a remote region, they don't have access to engineers, and so on, and prices are higher there than elsewhere, they cannot reach the objectives to ensure decent housing for all, and we'll have to reflect on those issues in a more global and inclusive way. We have the time for a 30-second question. The member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my colleague talk about the scope of this council in all sectors of Canada and for all levels of government. But what is the scope with regard to private individuals? Obviously, these jurisdictions fall under the federal government, but we saw that often there is a different impact on women and girls of the development of resources. A very brief response, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I thank my colleague for her interest and knowledge on these issues that affect women, and she has given a good example. The government will be judged on its actions in the Commission is a good example of that. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The war in Sudan has killed over 13,000 people and about 33,000 injured. About 1.5 million Sudanese have fled the country as refugees. Few days back, the World Food Programme said it is receiving reports of people dying of starvation in Sudan, and almost 8 million people have been forced from their homes by the conflict. Health infrastructure has been destroyed. About 19 million children are currently out of school. We have a moral obligation to address the catastrophic humanitarian crisis in Sudan in a significant way. Canada, with its expertise, can actively participate in the forums that deal with the situation and provide support. Canada can also appoint a special envoy to closely monitor and follow up the developments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary, Signal Hill.
On January 16th, a young mother dropping off 2 of her 3 children at an elementary school in my riding was fatally stabbed by her estranged husband, and it was witnessed by the children. The killer, who was found dead a few hours later, had multiple breaches of restraining orders, had been released on bail several times on charges including sexual assault, and had a warrant out for his arrest on the morning of this tragic event. These children are now without parents and are emotionally scarred for life as a result of what they have witnessed. Now, we hear time and again government members standing up in this place decrying gender-based violence, yet Statistics Canada reports that instances of domestic violence have gone up every year since 2015, since this government took over. It's time this Liberal government stopped talking and started to act on domestic violence. Victims need protection, not more hollow statements by Liberal MPs, and abusers need jail, not bail.
Here, here. Well done.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. It's a great honour for me to represent the riding of Ottawa Centre, and downtown is a very much important part of my community, but it has gone through a lot of transition due to the pandemic, most recently, and the illegal occupation that my constituents suffered. To help reimagine our downtown, in 2022, I initiated the Downtown Ottawa Revitalization Task Force, which recently released a comprehensive report. The report, co-developed in partnership with community groups, small business representatives, for-profit and not-for-profit, housing developers, government representatives, Indigenous partners, and sustainability advocates, is the roadmap we need to rebuild our community. The report's vision goes beyond traditional urban development, focusing on the vital areas we must invest in to revitalize our downtown. These range from repurposing vacant federal buildings, animating Wellington Street, fostering safer and more inviting streets. I look forward to working with City of Ottawa and the federal government to make our downtown a revitalized and place for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
It has been 2 years since Putin launched his brutal and illegal war in Ukraine. In that time, Russia has committed multiple war crimes, including killing more than 10,000 Ukrainian civilians, injuring another 20,000, and abducting nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children. Recently, fawning Putin apologist Tucker Carlson came to Alberta to spread his hatred and lies, and he was heartily welcomed by Canadian Conservatives, hosted and toasted by Alberta Premier Danielle Smith before heading to Moscow for a meeting with Putin. And at the same time, Conservatives here in the House have been undermining Canada's support for Ukraine, voting against support for Ukrainians, including the free trade agreement between our two countries, an agreement that President Zelensky specifically asked for. I'm proud of New Democrats who continue to stand in solidarity with Ukraine. Canada's support for Ukraine must be unequivocal. I call upon every member in this House to stand with me in support of Ukraine and democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, when I think of Sherbrooke's great artistic events, Suzanne Marie Landry's name is among the first that comes to mind. General and Artistic Director of the Granada Theatre, a jewel of Sherbrooke's heritage for 10 years, Ms. Landry was also involved in the creation of Sherbrooke en Blues and collaborates on most of Sherbrooke's major festivals and events. She helps attract renowned artists to Sherbrooke and nurture emerging artists, in addition to developing the Granada Theatre with great respect for its heritage character. For all her achievements, it was during the pandemic that she impressed me the most. At a time when the entertainment industry was going through an unprecedented crisis, Ms. Landry showed unparalleled resilience and incredible leadership to enable her industry to survive and reinvent itself. A few days ago, she announced she intended to slow down. I wish her all the best for the future, and I say to her on behalf of all Sherbrookeers, a huge thank you for your contribution to our region's culture.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of Hull Slystrup. As a lifelong educator, Hull began his teaching at age 19, leaving a lasting mark on countless young minds over his 35-year career. Hull's larger-than-life persona and commitment to community defined him. Throughout his life, he contributed to countless organizations, including the Rivers United Church and local hockey leagues. Hull was an avid outdoorsman. He loved fishing, hunting, and trapping. This passion of Hull's was instrumental in building Rivers Game and Fish Association as a founding member. Yet, above his love for the outdoors, family was the most important to Hull. Hull and his wife Barb created a beautiful family of 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Just do your best, Hull often advised, a motto he lived by wholeheartedly. My thoughts are with the family and all those impacted throughout his remarkable life. Rest easy, Hull. You will be missed.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
Speaker, today I wish all Maronites around the world happy St. Maroon Feast Day. I also acknowledge World Interfaith Harmony Week that spreads the message of unity and goodwill in the world's churches, mosques, synagogues, temples, and other places of worship. I'm blessed to represent a riding with incredible diversity, and I cherish the close connections I have to our many different faith communities. My best wishes for the celebration of our patron saint taking place at Our Lady of Lebanon in my riding, at the Cathedral in Montreal, St. Charbel, Ottawa, and all over the world. My best to Ummah Mosque in Halifax on their multicultural festival today. We know that interfaith dialogue has the power to promote greater harmony in Canada. That's why our government is funding grassroots initiatives that bring ethnic, cultural, and religious communities together to learn from each other and strengthen our national fabric. Let us always embrace the richness of our differences.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, just this week, Sonia Schmidt won gold at the World Under-23 Cross-Country Ski Championship in Slovenia, the first Canadian woman to bring home gold at this event. Our small territory continues to punch way above its weight in cross-country ski racing. Thanks to amazing snow and trails and excellent coaching, Yukon has regularly reached Canada's national team, even with just 0.1% of Canada's population. Recent champions like Derek Juling, Sasha Masson, Emily and Graham Nishikawa, Daria Beatty and Knut Jonsgaard add to the legacy of such stars as Lucy Steele and the Firth sisters from Old Crow. And here's another one. At the recent 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon, 15-year-old Yukoner Minty Bradford also competed for Team Canada with impressive results. Speaking of impressive, good luck and have a great time to all the athletes, curlers, biathletes, Dena Games and more, heading to Mat-Su, Alaska in March as Yukon's team in the Arctic Winter Games, including my son Finian and yes, cross-country skiing. Go, Team Yukon, go.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Shen Yen Kuai Le. Tomorrow marks the official start of the Lunar New Year, the most important festival in Chinese and other Asian cultures. But we kicked things off last weekend in Calgary's Chinatown, where I'll be celebrating again tomorrow with my friends. For the next weeks, we will be entertained by the drums beating during the lion dance and swirling dragons weaving amongst us. Fitting this year, as we're celebrating the Year of the Dragon. Now, dragons are much more auspicious creatures in the Chinese zodiac than they represent in Western culture. The dragon symbolizes power, nobility, honor, luck, and success. And this year's dragon, the wood dragon, stands out as the most creative and visionary. It is a year to pursue your dreams and to be compassionate to your friends. To all my friends in Calgary's Chinese and East Asian communities, Gong Hei Fat Choi, Gong Shi Fat Sai, let me offer you my best wishes for a new year filled with love, peace, and prosperity.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. KidSport is a national charity that provides funding so that all kids in Canada can play their favorite sports. And I'm so proud that KidSport received over $4.4 million through our government's Community Sport for All initiative back in 2022. Well, it's been almost 2 years, so I've got some updates. With that support from our government, KidSport helped over 27,000 kids across Canada participate in sports, but they also opened new community chapters, so that funding has created a legacy for years to come. And one of those new chapters is in Halton Region, so more kids from Milton, Oakville, Burlington, and Halton Hills will have access to affordable sport. Sport, physical activity, and recreation keeps us physically healthy, mentally strong, and brings our communities together. But sport also boosts our economy, creates jobs, and decreases healthcare costs. Actually, physical inactivity costs Canada almost $7 billion a year. That's $175 for each Canadian, so it literally pays to be active. I want to send a huge high five out to our partners at KidSport and thank all the coaches, the volunteers, donors, fundraisers, parents, and athletes who bring sport to life in our communities from coast to coast to coast. Thanks, KidSport.
The honourable member from Yellowhead.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians face a cost of living crisis, made worse by the April 1st carbon tax hike. Liberal-appointed senators gutted Bill C-234, stopping carbon tax carve-outs for our farmers. Canadians face higher prices because when you tax the farmer that grows the food and the trucker who ships the food, Canadians pay more for the food. The Liberal plan to quadruple the carbon tax from 14 to 61 cents a litre is outrageous. By increasing this tax, the Liberals are contributing to the hardship of over 2 million Canadians relying on food banks. By pressuring senators to oppose carbon tax carve-outs, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Conservatives demand Bill C-234 be passed in its original form to help farmers and families. Our common sense plan is to axe the tax.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this week the member from Timmins James Bay revealed the depths of his diabolical penchant for thought control and his yearning for totalitarian power when he tabled his laughable yet chillingly Orwellian bill that would actually put people in jail for saying things he doesn't like. Canadian fossil fuels could displace dirty coal, lift people out of poverty, defund Putin's war machine, provide good jobs, and generate taxes to pay for health care. But under Section 8B of this bill, those very words would become a crime. And the penalty under Section 19 would be up to 2 years in prison and a $500,000 fine. Mr. Speaker, when socialists don't like the facts, they criminalize debate. And after 8 years, Canadians are tired of being told what to think and what to say. And they're tired of being insulted. But I'll keep telling the truth, even if the member from Timmins James Bay and his Liberal NDP friends think I belong in jail.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reducing and stabilizing grocery prices has been a priority for this Prime Minister and this government. The same cannot be said about the Conservative Party. Let me explain why. Get this. A Globe and Mail report says, Harper's enforcer, meet Jenny Byrne, the most powerful woman in Ottawa. Jenny Byrne was also the campaign manager for not one, but 2 national elections. How about the current leadership? She is one of the reasons why the current leader is the leader of the Conservative Party. She sits on the current leader's inner circle. She attends the Conservative caucus members. Why is that a problem, Mr. Speaker? She is the one. She makes money from Loblaws. She is an advocate for Loblaws, Mr. Speaker. How is it that the Conservative Party cannot understand what a conflict is? When will they stand up with Canadians and demonstrate some genuine concern about the price of groceries, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has recently announced plans for several major electric vehicle battery plants backed by billions of dollars in investments. Canada has the critical minerals, cobalt, nickel, lithium, to make these batteries. But a big link in future supply chains is missing. That link is the battery recycling sector that can provide a steady supply of critical minerals as demand for them rises. Teck Resources has a large smelter in Trail, BC. It's uniquely positioned to become one of the largest recyclers of EV batteries in North America. It has the industrial site, a talented workforce, a ready supply of clean hydropower, expertise in refining, and access to its own existing supply chains. And Trail already has a network of other battery recycling facilities. It has Teck as a proposal for a bold project to build the largest EV battery recycling facility in North America, and I urge the federal government to support Teck in this important initiative.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, Jacques Duval, creator of The Car Guide, former race car driver, and great communicator, died on Tuesday at the age of 89. Throughout his career, he was a great defender of the French language, which in the auto industry was sorely needed. If today in Quebec we spontaneously speak of pare-choc and pare-brise instead of bumper and windshield, it's largely thanks to him. And he wasn't shy about calling out car makers when they abused our language. He never stopped being a driver, and he knew the Mont-Tremblant circuit like the back of his hand. He was often the main reference for many a youngster who read his car guide from cover to cover. In a world often resistant to change, Jacques Duval fully embraced the electric shift in recent years, helping to write guides devoted entirely to these more environmentally friendly models. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer our deepest condolences to his family and friends.
The honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
All eyes will be on the Auditor General's ArriveCan report on Monday, which is expected to expose this Prime Minister and the Liberals for corruption and incompetence yet again. Shamefully, the NDP and Liberals continue to shut down and cover up investigations into this $54 million boondoggle. But here's what we know so far. 76% of contracts on ArriveCan did no work whatsoever. $11 million went to a two-person IT company that did nothing. The RCMP is now investigating ArriveCan contracts, and government officials are accused of destroying documents. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is when their own officials blew the whistle about this corruption around ArriveCan, they were suddenly suspended without pay. As the NDP and Liberals trip over each other to try to cover up the ArriveCan scandal, Conservatives will get to the bottom of the Auditor General's report and make sure this corruption is fully exposed to Canadians.
L'honorable député, the honourable member from Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, February est le mois de l'histoire des
February is Black History Month.
We highlight the contributions of Black Canadians and Black excellence. In Pierrefonds-Dollard, we have a number of luminaries. Joan Lee is the president of the West Island Black Community Association. Through her leadership, WIPCA continues to be at the forefront of serving the needs of Black West Islanders. J'aimerais aussi souligner.
I'd also like to give a shout out to the work of the director of the centre.
And stable young people to build Canada's tomorrow. Earl Johnson is a long-standing member of our community. C'est le maire adjoint de Dollard.
He's the deputy mayor of Dollard, and he has been involved for over 30 years.
And raises funds for nonprofits. There are so many others, like Malik Shahid, like Akila Newton, who deserve mention. They have done excellent work. We salute them. We thank them for their service. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members may not know, but I got a lot of help from WIPCA when I was a young child. Anyways, oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable député de Regina-Capelle.
Honourable member for Regina-Capelle.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime, and now extortion is the latest crime wave plaguing our communities. When common sense Conservatives were in office, we toughened penalties for dangerous and repeat offenders, and as a result, the crime rate went down. Turns out when thugs fear getting caught, they commit fewer crimes. Extortion is up all across the country thanks to easier penalties and easier bail. Will the government finally admit the mistake of their previous crime legislation, adopt common sense Conservative policies to keep criminals off the street?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no surprise the Conservatives don't want to talk about the economy this morning because we've had a blockbuster of good news. The job numbers released today by Stats Canada show that Canada gained 37,000 new jobs in January. Unemployment is down to 5.7%, and get this, Mr. Speaker, wages have increased by 5.3% in January. Among women, 6.2%. We are bringing home big paychecks for Canadians who are all at work, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder the Liberals don't want to talk about crime because our communities across the country are becoming less safe. It's a direct result from the Liberal legislation which reduced penalties. Their bill C5 actually eliminated a mandatory jail sentence for people who commit extortion. As a result, extortion is up dramatically. Get this, Mr. Speaker, it's up 366% in BC. This is extortion. People are now losing their property and their money because gangsters are extorting them in Canada after 8 years of this Prime Minister. When will he put an end to a soft-on-crime approach?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, c'est tellement des bonnes nouvelles qu'on va le...
Mr. Speaker, it's such good news that we're going to repeat the good news in the other official language. In January, there was great news for Canadians. The economy, we created 37,000 jobs in January. The unemployment rate has dropped to 5.7%. Wages rose 5.3% in January. And for women in January, wages increased by 6.2%. We are giving Canadians good paychecks. We are here for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Just like to remind all members that some previous speakers have put it, it's question period, not necessarily answer period. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
This is a slap in the face to every single victim of violent and dangerous crime in this country. The Liberals are running around telling Canadians that they've never had it so good. Meanwhile, business owners and families are being extorted. Extorted, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, a developed G7 country, now sees extortion rates as high as 218% up nationally, 262% increase in Ontario. And all the Liberals can do is get up and tell Canadians how good they've had it. When will the Liberals put the rights of victims first and honest Canadians and put dangerous criminals behind bars where they belong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, far too Canadians have been experiencing this situation. It is precisely why the RCMP is seized with this issue, working directly with local police. Mr. Speaker, this is something we're seeing operating with organized crime. But what we also know is the Conservative tough talk on crime doesn't actually create the solutions and the results. We've seen that as they've cut funding to the RCMP to do this very work, to crack down on organized crime, but we're going to be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, house prices and rents have doubled. And according to the director of Le Bercail in Saint-Georges, Cathy Fecteau, the number of homeless people has also doubled. Everything has doubled under this Prime Minister, who is not worth the cost. The Le Bercail shelter offers temporary accommodation. Residents are generally allowed to stay for 30 days, but given the current problems, some residents have been there for over 70 days. Why doesn't the Prime Minister build more housing instead of more bureaucracy? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his important question. For those in Beauce who are watching us today, they will notice that the government takes housing very seriously. We are reaching deals with provinces to build more housing. And as my colleague was saying, we have good news. The economy is doing well, and that will help Canadians everywhere in Canada. And another piece of good news, Mr. Speaker, Canada ranked not second, not third, but first for the battery chain. So we are investing in Canadians and in Quebecers and in the future of Canada. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, that reply just proves how out of touch this government is. They're asleep at the wheel. They need to get out of the way so that municipalities can build affordable housing, just as Victoriaville, Saguenay, and Trois-Rivières have done. Due to the lack of housing and resources, the Bercaille shelter in the riding next to mine has had to close its doors. As a result, the community is facing an increase in homelessness. When will the government help our rural communities to build affordable housing? The Honourable Transportation Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives want to talk about housing. They wouldn't even be able to build a small cabin. They insult the mayors of Quebec. They've insulted the mayor of Montreal, the mayor of Quebec. They're insulting mayors all over the place. While they're doing that, we signed a $900 million deal with Quebec, including $1.8 million to speed up home building, not just in Montreal and Quebec and Trois-Rivières, but everywhere throughout Quebec. And that's teamwork. That's collaboration. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The media crisis has now affected another part of our democracy and media landscape. 4,800 jobs will be cut at Bell. That's in addition to all the cuts at Mediacorp and Radio-Canada CBC. The industry has been crumbling for years because the federal government has not taken significant action. Meanwhile, the regulatory framework at the CRTC has not been advancing. Now, C18 is positive. We accept cuts for Google, but these job losses are ongoing. When will the minister take action? The Honourable Canadian Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my Bloc Québécois colleague that we have taken action since we formed government in 2015. In fact, we have collaborated very well with the Bloc Québécois on many files. The colleague mentioned the CRTC and the Act. It took us 3 years to pass that legislation because the Conservatives opposed it every step of the way. And the same goes for the Online News Act. Conservatives engaged in so much obstruction. Meanwhile, we are trying to help media. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Ottawa needs to take action while there are still jobs to save. We need an emergency fund to prevent further funding. We need a tax credit for announcers in traditional media. We need to increase ad investments for traditional media and decrease of liberal investments going into the pockets of Meta. We also need a Prime Minister who takes action rather than just being satisfied with blaming the Conservatives. When will they act? The Honourable Canadian Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague that we have taken action, and thanks to all of our efforts, we were able to modernize the Broadcasting Act, and no one thought we would manage to get a deal with Google, but we got $100 million a year plus interest, and it will be indexed to inflation. Also, Mr. Speaker, we implemented tax credits to support newsrooms. We implemented a fund for local journalism. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to help big businesses get richer and richer like the Conservatives would do. We will continue to support journalism, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Labrador, the Liberals have let the housing crisis get so bad that the province is forced to buy up hotels to house people who live in tents. This government's inaction has made provinces resort to desperate, improvised measures. Canadians deserve to live in dignity, in safe, secure, affordable homes they can call their own, not in tents in the coldest climate on Earth. When will this government start stepping up to provide solutions to the St. John's housing crisis so that people don't have to live in tents anymore?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this country has a right to housing, and it's unacceptable that any Canadians are sleeping out in the cold. That's why we've doubled funding to help community tackle homelessness and recently announced $100 million to help protect the most vulnerable 85 communities across the country. Our investments throughout our time in government are paying off. We prevented over 125,000 people from becoming unhoused and placed over 71,000 people experiencing homelessness in permanent housing. We're ready to work with parties that are serious about housing. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. There's a lot more work to do. We're up to the task.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, people in Nanaimo Ladysmith are relying on food banks now more than ever before. And what is this Liberal and Conservative corporate coalition doing? Pointing fingers at one another over who has the most grocery lobbyists in their back pocket. To make matters worse, the Liberals voted against an NDP bill that would lower food prices and crack down on out-of-control corporate greed. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals working for large grocery CEOs instead of doing what's right for people?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you to my colleague for a very important question. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused by the question because, in fact, we are the one pushing the grocery industry to do more for Canadians, and I welcome the help of the NDP. Not only we did that in our last reform of competition, but we have included amendments that have been proposed by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. We want to do more, and we understand, and all experts understand, that the best way to have more option to stabilize price, to make sure that we have a more competitive environment, Mr. Speaker, is to reform our competition law. That's exactly what we're doing, and we thank the NDP for their help.
The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, farmers across the country are struggling under this punishing carbon tax. Melissa, a farmer in my area, paid over $6,000 in carbon taxes just to dry her grain last year. And now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple the tax just in a few years. He isn't worth the cost. When will this Liberal government get out of the way and pass Bill C-234 in its original form, get off farmers' backs, and make our food affordable again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the bill was so important, I would counsel my honourable colleague to let them know that 5 Conservative senators were missing in action when it came down to that important vote. What we're doing on this side of the House, we believe in climate change. I have yet to hear one single platform or policy related to climate change. 20% in 2021, 20% of grains didn't make it to market because of climate change. On this side of the House, we have a plan to fight climate change, and we have a plan to support farmers.
The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's rich coming from this government that relentlessly lobbied senators to block Bill C-234. Bill C-234 removes the carbon taxes off the farmers who grow our food. And we know inflation is hitting Canadians hard, whether it's housing, the cost of fuel, and food. Everything is getting more expensive under this NDP Liberal government. And after 8 years, Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And the only way that Canadians will get the tax relief they deserve is by electing a common-sense Conservative government. So when will these Liberals call the election so we can axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth comes out. They want to go into an election. No Canadian wants to go into an election right now. And again, our support for farmers has been consistent. We supported our supply managed sector. We supported our farmers' help transition towards a greener economy. That's why we've invested $1.5 billion that helps farmers directly on the land to ensure that they can provide some technology for farmers.
The honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, the biggest petition in Canadian history proves that person wrong. Ray Orb, the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, has indicated that our farmers can expect to lose 8% of their total net income if the carbon tax is quadrupled this spring. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost to our growers, our truckers, and everyone who is struggling to put healthy food on the tables of their families. Will this Prime Minister choose a death knell, alienating Canadians even further, or will they grab a lifeline and support C-234?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's absurd to be lectured by the Conservative Party on our support for farmers when just last month we saw them vote against the On-Farm Climate Action Fund, the Dairy Innovation and Investment Fund, and funding in support of dairy, poultry, and egg supply managed producers. Those Conservatives take farmers for granted. They stand up in this House saying that climate policy is affecting food prices when they know it's not true because their own food professor comes to committee to say that exact thing, that climate policy is not a main driver of food prices. What is? Climate change, Mr. Speaker, but they never talk about climate change. They won't provide any solutions for climate change. It's all red herring to this Conservative Party.
The honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our farmers are tired of this government talking out of both sides of its mouth. This Prime Minister is demanding that our farmers absorb a quadrupling of the carbon tax and GST, and yet grow enough grain to stay solvent, feed the world, and increase green fuel alternatives. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, farmers know where they stand. Is he even aware of how many Canadians have had enough of his attacks on farmers? He's not worth the cost.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Farmers are the first to be impacted by climate change, and we need to support them and their transition to greener fuels, as the member said. However, we've already done many of those things by exempting gas and diesel from farm use for pollution pricing. We've created a rural top-up for rebates, and we've returned over $120 million to farmers just in 2023, thanks to carbon pricing proceeds. But, Mr. Speaker, today is the warmest January day on record, and last year was the warmest year on record ever. Wheat yields are down, climate change is having an impact. It's through droughts, floods. There are a variety of ways that climate change are affecting food prices, but you'll never hear that from the Conservative Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member from Portage-Lisgar.
The Liberals are determined to increase the price of food, with the Environment Minister making it his personal mission to kill Bill C-234. He admitted to lobbying 6 senators to gut the bill and promised to reveal those names. After 49 days, he gave the names of 3, not 6 senators. While I know the Liberals aren't good at math, it's clear he provided misleading information. So this week, I invited the Minister of Environment to our committee to explain himself. But the NDP Liberal coalition shut it down because they don't want the truth. So let me ask it here. Why is the Environment Minister going to such great lengths to hide the names of the senators that he personally lobbied to gut Bill C-234?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a little rich hearing from the Conservative Party when Conservative senators sit in their caucus, and one of those senators was accused of bullying to the point where independent senators were afraid to go home at night. Shame on that Conservative Party for bullying those senators. It's absolutely shameful that any member of government should fear for their safety as a result of that government. But I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing is not to blame for Canada's affordability challenges. We are serious about helping Canadians afford their grocery bills. Fighting climate change policy is not the way.
The Honourable Member from Portage-Lisgar.
The Liberals love to try to distract their way out of this, but this isn't Monopoly. There's no more get-out-of-jail-free cards for this Environment Minister. The price of food is at record levels, and this NDP government just doesn't care. Just this week, Sylvain Charlebois, Canada's leading food expert, called on the Liberals to suspend the carbon tax on the entire food industry. Instead, this cover-up coalition plans to increase the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. Bill C-234 would provide relief for farmers and Canadian consumers. Yet this radical Environment Minister told senators to gut it. My question is simple. Which senators did he call, and how do they vote on Bill C-234?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious to us, and I hope it's obvious for Canadians, that what they're talking about is nonsense. Mr. Speaker, Sylvain Charlebois is working with us, Mr. Speaker, in order to make sure that we take the right step to bring stability in prices of food in Canada. The first thing that was asked from us, Mr. Speaker, was to reform competition. That's what we have done in the landmark bill that we passed in December, and we're going to do more. Now we have subpoena power for the Competition Bureau. We removed the restrictive covenant in leases. Mr. Speaker, we're going to fight for consumers at every step of the way, and we have nothing to learn from these guys.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. It's been 1 year since the Special Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying recommended that advance requests be allowed. Advance requests, in fact, there was a strong consensus for them among members of all parties on the committee. We must allow advance requests for those suffering from cognitive disorders such as dementia and Alzheimer's. For a year now, the federal government has been dragging its feet in implementing the committee's strongest recommendation. Why? The Honourable Transportation Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is a leader when it comes to medical assistance in dying, and we know that MAID is very important to the Government of Quebec and to Quebecers, and it's important for the Government of Canada too. But we do need to reflect on this because legally it will be very difficult to move forward on this. But that does not prevent us from continuing our discussions not only with the province of Quebec, but with all provinces and territories. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, medical assistance in dying is a matter of free choice. The Liberals should understand that. The role of the state is to create the conditions for a free and informed choice. Those who do not want medical assistance in dying need not ask for it. It's as simple as that. The National Assembly is unanimous. Quebec is ready. Quebec has its own law. Will the federal government amend the criminal code to allow advance requests for Quebecers who are suffering?
Go ahead.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, of course, we are aware of all issues related to medical assistance in dying. I would like to repeat to my colleague and to the Parliament that we need a bill before this House. There is a deadline, March 17th, a deadline to suspend some things. But that deadline extension reflects a consensus from the mixed committee on MAID. Now, we will continue to study the matter of advance requests, but we do have our deadline.
Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this Prime Minister and his carbon tax are not worth the cost. That's because when you tax the farmer who grows the food, and you tax the trucker who trucks the food, and you tax the grocer who refrigerates the food, all of those carbon taxes get passed on to consumers. Now this Prime Minister wants to increase the carbon tax another 23% on April 1st. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister give Canadians a break and cancel his inflationary carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member raised an important point. He knows very well, if he was at the Agriculture Committee this week, that there is no evidence to suggest that carbon pricing is increasing the price of food. The evidence shows that climate change has an impact on the price of food. And when the leader of the official opposition goes around Canada, the only thing he wants to axe is axe the agriculture budget on the backs of farmers.
The honourable member from Bow River.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of groceries. A University of Saskatchewan study said Canadian farmers are at least 60% less emissions than the average of the world. I attended an irrigation conference this week of hundreds of farmers like Rob who told me it costs them tens of thousands in carbon tax to operate irrigation. And there is no rebate, and they all want it gone. When will NDP Liberals give farmers and families a break past C-234 and axe the tax?
Great question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, slogans will not help farmers. On this side of the House, we've always believed that supporting farmers is important, and that's why we've invested 25% more in the agricultural budget, something that the Leader of the official opposition cut while he was sitting at the cabinet table. Maybe the honourable member should have a conversation with the Leader of the official opposition, because I haven't yet seen an agricultural policy from the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Kelowna is in housing hell. Rents have doubled. Mortgage payments have tripled. Tent cities and long lineups of food banks are now commonplace. The housing minister touts investing millions in Kelowna through his housing announcement fund, or HAF. Can the minister please share specifically how many homes in Kelowna, funded by last October's announcement, will start construction this year? Or has he been too preoccupied with polls, press releases, and photo ops, the point he's too clever by half?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping the honourable member will come with me to 651 Cambridge Avenue in Kelowna to see a 75-unit construction, $4.6 million invested in the city of Kelowna that he voted against. Mr. Speaker, we're getting housing built in this country. Time and time again, the Conservatives pretend during this hour of the day during question period to care about housing, but when it comes to voting on funding, they're absent. They vote against funding, and when they've promised that when they form government, they will cut all funds, raise taxes on builders. We're going to get the job done. We're serious about housing.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
You can't give a number because they didn't require it. Kelowna's half-action plan only refers to, and I quote, investments in affordable housing such as land acquisition, investments in housing-related infrastructure such as sewer and water, and investments in community-related infrastructure that supports housing such as sidewalks, bridges, and bike lanes. Does the parliamentary secretary understand that this joke of a program funds sewers and bike lanes but doesn't require the construction of a single home? Is he comfortable the only housing from this $30 million might be a bridge for someone to sleep under?
No. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Glad to get up to talk again about Kelowna, $31.5 million for 20,000 homes over the next 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, how did that member vote? He voted against. Time and time again, the Conservatives stand up in this place and vote against getting housing built in this country. We know there's a supply crisis in this country on housing. Conservatives don't want to build a single house. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, how unserious they are about this crisis. We're ready to get the job done. We're getting the job done.
I'd like to encourage all members, all ministers, to please wait your turn to answer the question that's asked so that we can all hear the answer. The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
In just 2 days, Belleville has seen 23 drug poisonings. They've declared a state of emergency because the mayor says emergency services and funding are stretched too thin. The toxic drug crisis keeps getting worse while the Liberals take a patchwork approach. Then there's Conservatives who spread harmful disinformation instead of offering real solutions. 42,000 people have died since 2016. We need a coordinated, compassionate, and integrated response. When will the minister finally declare the toxic drug crisis a national public health emergency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, our heart goes out to the people of Belleville and their loved ones impacted by this crisis. We agree with the mayor, this is a horrible crisis. Minister Sachs has spoken with Mayor Ellis to discuss how we can work together alongside the Government of Ontario, guided by our compassionate and comprehensive approach. People who use substances, their families and communities need us to use every tool at our disposal.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
A year ago, a tailings pond at Imperial Oil's Curral site in northern Alberta overflowed. It spilled 5.3 million litres of cancer-causing toxins into the environment, and even worse, it was shown that the pond had been leaking for years and is still leaking. And both Imperial Oil and the Alberta Energy Regulator knew, but they didn't tell the community. And what has this government done to hold Imperial Oil or the AER accountable for this disaster? Nothing. When will the minister do his job and make sure that the land and water that Albertans depend upon is finally protected? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciate the advocacy from the member on the environment and protecting the environment. She's absolutely right, and that's why the Environment Committee called CEO Brad Corson to committee once again just before the holidays, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to hold his feet to the fire, tell him that Canadians are not satisfied with their environmental protection strategy, if you can call it that, Mr. Speaker. The Athabasca River deserves better protection, and the 5.3 million litres of tailings that have leaked into that river are causing poisonings, they're causing deaths, it's causing environmental destruction, and Imperial Oil must clean up their mess.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Aerospace Committee, I was delighted to take part this week in an event organized by the aerospace industry in Canada. This industry is a strength for our economy, our workforce, and our global growth. Can the Minister of Innovation talk about the importance of this sector in Quebec and across the country, as well as the way in which we will continue to support the work being done by that industry? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member, for her leadership when it comes to the aerospace industry. Not only is this one of the most innovative industries, but also one of the most important ones in the country. It employs approximately 210,000 people across the country. Last year, our government announced a historic investment $350 million for the aerospace industry in the country, Mr. Speaker. And not only will we have a strong industry, but we will have one of the greenest industries. And we have already indicated that we will have a national aerospace strategy to serve the interests of the nation.
From Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP coalition, Cornwall is no exception to the housing hell Canadians are facing. Rents and housing costs have doubled, and new homes and rentals getting built are desperately needed. And here's the worst part. Cornwall is finalizing plans for a 500-unit residential project, but is being blocked by a gatekeeper, this Liberal government. Transport Canada has dithered for 8 years on plans to transfer an intersection that would allow the entrance for this new project to be built. Will the housing minister tell the transport minister to stop blocking this important residential project for Cornwall?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working with municipalities across the country to get housing built. 30 deals under the Housing Accelerator Fund to build 500,000 additional units of housing. But where are the Conservatives being found on this, Mr. Speaker? Absent. They voted against. They're going to cut our GST cut on purpose-built rentals. They're going to increase taxes on home builders. They're going to cut the funding and deals we have with municipalities. They do not understand the complexity of the housing crisis. They're going to take us back. We need to build more supply, not Conservative cuts, which is what they're promising.
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
What a sad state of affairs with these Liberals. After 8 years of dithering and delaying and working with local partners to actually get something done, they don't even know what they're talking about. They couldn't even acknowledge the local issue after 8 years of trying to actually get this done. It is one parcel of land at an intersection of Brookdale and Water Street in Cornwall that everyone's in agreement on. The Grand Chief of Akwesasne, the Mayor of Cornwall are all on board and want to get this transferred so shovels can get in the ground right away. Will the Liberals finally get out of the way, transfer the intersection so housing, 500 units, can finally get built this year in Cornwall? It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While the Leader of the Opposition is going across the country picking fights with local mayors, we're working with municipalities to get the job done. We're happy to work with municipalities like Cornwall and across the country. However, what does the Conservative Party have to offer on their housing policy? It is cuts. It's increasing taxes on builders who are building purpose-built rentals. They don't understand the seriousness of the housing crisis. They don't have a plan. They'll take us backwards. We're going to get the job done. We understand this is an issue of supply, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get the houses built.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. After 8 years, this government is not worth the cost. The cost of housing has doubled in 8 years. After all the years in government and all the money they announced, housing starts have dropped, particularly last December when housing construction in Canada dropped by 28%. Will this government follow our common sense ideas, as with car theft, and put in place as quickly as possible these ideas?
To the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, we see the Conservatives during the hour of question period pretend to care about housing, to bang their fists on the table, to demand more work on the file. But when it comes to actually voting on housing funding, they stand up and vote against, time and time again. The government of Canada has invested $900 million in the province of Quebec. How did that member vote, Mr. Speaker? He voted against it. Wow.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, instead of consultations and announcements, here are some common sense ideas to tackle the problem. Selling federal lands and buildings to build housing, giving bonuses to municipalities that issue permits faster, and reduce bureaucracy. The CIBC said in a report published yesterday that in order to lower housing costs, 5 million housing units and homes will need to be built over the next 6 years. That's a lot of construction. Will this government use our common sense ideas to resolve the housing problem crisis for once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, if they're asking us to use good ideas like insulting the mayors, then no, it doesn't work like that. On the contrary, they should support and applaud the federal government's efforts to cooperate with the government of Quebec. There's $1.8 billion for projects in their regions. They'll have it across Quebec. So If they're just going to complain, we're going to continue working for Canada and Quebec. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We won't give up on having a monument for the Canadian Armed Forces in Afghanistan. This week, CBC Radio Canada revealed that the Department of Veterans Affairs had warned the government that it was tarnishing its reputation by excluding the Douse team, which won the competition. Of course, it is ruining its reputation. It's ruining it with all these design firms around the world which know that Canada fudges the results. It's done it with veterans by pretending to speak in their name with a biased fake poll. Will it backtrack and grant the winning team, the doused team, the contract?
Mr. Speaker, the National Monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan reflects the sacrifices of 40,000 Canadian military, police, and civilians. We listened to over 12,000 veterans and their families in a survey, and overwhelmingly the majority of those responded were veterans, and they wanted the Team Stimson design, and it says it best reflects their input. And when it comes to honoring the sacrifices of our veterans, we must listen to them. And we did, and we'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the competition jury had their fake poll in their hands, and they still picked the Douse team. The jury did a good job in doing so because the Léger firm completely destroyed it. Here is Léger. This consultation does not represent in any way the opinion of the Canadian Armed Forces members, members of the families of the Canadian Armed Forces members, and the Canadian population. I would add that their poll underrepresents Francophones, as is often the tradition in Canada. Will the government grant the contract to the winning team, Doused, and put an end to this type of situation?
Secretary to the Minister of Veterans.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate and respect the work of the jury members who evaluated the finalist design concepts. However, the Team Stimson design was the one that veterans of the mission and their families felt best represented their bravery, their sacrifices, losses, and those who served there. The results of the consultation, which are public, are clear, and it's important that we listen to our veterans.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
After 8 years of the Liberal government, towns that used to be peaceful are being terrorized by foreign gangs that threaten our neighbourhoods with violence and arson. And the rate of extortion across Canada is up a whopping 218%. Canadians are living in fear for their lives because of NDP Liberal bills like C5, which eliminated mandatory jail time for extortion with a firearm. This means dangerous criminals stay on the street, and it's time to stop the crime. Will the Liberals reverse this dangerous bill that keeps dangerous criminals on the street?
Hear, hear. Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that the members opposite bring up issues around firearms and safety in our communities when they actually just over 60 days ago voted against $80 million for the RCMP that would specifically go to supporting the work of the RCMP on guns and gangs and organized crime. Mr. Speaker, we are taking the issue of extortion very seriously. This is why the RCMP are working with local police, and the Conservative cuts wouldn't solve this issue.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
But 8 years ago, under the last Conservative government, extortion was down. It was 5 times lower, and the budget was balanced. And the Mayor of Surrey has taken note in a letter pleading with the Liberals to do something about the explosion of life-threatening extortion in her community. She said she has terrified people in her community. Conservatives will restore mandatory minimum sentences for convicted extortionists, stop the crime explosion rates that is terrorizing Canadians across the country. Will the Liberals?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' tough on crime talk doesn't result in action. But what we are doing is taking concrete steps to deal with extortion and organized crime in this country. I said earlier that just 60 days ago, those very members voted against $80 million to support the work of the RCMP. Terrible. Cuts have consequences, and the Conservatives have not learned their lesson that when it comes to dealing with safety in this country, we need to invest in the expertise of our police forces.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Earlier this week, 17 Belleville, Ontario residents died from overdose in a span of 24 hours. 14 of those deaths were in a 2-hour span. Since 2016, 42,000 Canadians have died from opioid-related overdose. This Prime Minister has spent $1 billion making it easier for Canadians to get drugs, but harder for them to get into recovery. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. When will he wake up and realize that his drug policies are killing Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's roll the tape back to when Conservatives were in power, where they changed the Canada drug strategy, stripped out harm reduction, Mr. Speaker, refused to meet with community organizers like me, Mr. Speaker, about saving the lives of people who were struggling with substance use. Mr. Speaker, they refused to support communities in the way that communities knew they could work together to save lives and to help people recover from substance use. We will take no lessons from these Conservatives.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is a top priority for our government. Yesterday, the Conservative leader claimed he was on the side of Indigenous peoples, but repeated comments from his caucus members, including the very first time they spoke on their First Nations Clean Water Acts, leaves their commitment to advancing reconciliation in serious doubt. And I'm proud to be part of a government that is working to create growth and opportunities so that everyone has a fair chance to succeed. To the Minister of Indigenous Services, how is our government already working on economic reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Ottawa-Vanier for her allyship to Indigenous reconciliation and peoples. It's a well-known saying, Mr. Speaker, that when people show you who they are, believe them. And so a few lines in a press conference doesn't change the Conservatives' track record on reconciliation, including just a few days ago. When you look at the stereotypes that the Member of Parliament from Saskatoon Wildwood was actually expressing here in the House of Commons. Yesterday, we brought together Indigenous leaders and some of the biggest players in the financial sector to speed up opportunities for economic growth. And as John Davey, VP at Scotiabank, put it, it's about putting power in the hands of Indigenous business. I hope the Conservatives will get on board.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost of their $54 million Arrive scam debacle. $11 million went to a company that did no work. 76% of contractors did no work, and the app itself didn't work. And now we learn that these Liberals awarded nearly $350,000 in bonuses to senior executives who presided over this corrupt mess. What the hell is going on?
Disgrace. I would like to remind members, please, to be very concerned about the language that they use. I know the honourable member normally doesn't use such language, but I do ask all members to be mindful of the language that they employ in this House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have concerns about some of the initial reporting, but Mr. Speaker, we designed the ArriveCan app to help Canadians during the global pandemic. But with that being said, we will never risk the integrity of our procurement process. Any contracts that the government issues, we expect to be issued properly. Mr. Speaker, the President of the CBSA has already put in some interim changes on the procurement process, and we look forward to the results of the full investigation.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, last week at committee, we learned that the Liberal government knew about conflicts of interest at their billion-dollar green slush fund, with $150 million that's been embezzled. After 8 years, we know that this Prime Minister certainly isn't worth that cost. Members at the Ethics Committee will have the opportunity to call witnesses, including ministers and officials who now have demonstrated a changing story between what we've heard in terms of facts and what they've spun in terms of narrative. How will the Cover-Up Coalition vote on exposing these truths?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I'm very happy that the member asked the question because it helps me to remind Canadians that the Conservative, Mr. Speaker, are not only against climate change, but now they're against institution of Parliament, and they're against helping our small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, Canadians should know we believe that we need to fight climate change. We believe in our small and medium-sized businesses, and we believe in clean technology, Mr. Speaker. Our children and our grandchildren deserve that we act. This is exactly what we're going to be doing, and we will restore governance to make sure this happens, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what Conservatives believe is that when Liberals know about embezzlement by their insiders to the tune of $150 million at their billion-dollar green slush fund, is that there must be accountability. This minister and his predecessor were aware of the allegations and knew of the facts of conflicts of interest because they were told, but they did nothing about it until they were caught. Their members, NDP members and Bloc members, are going to have the opportunity to vote on a motion to open this study at the Ethics Committee. So will they continue the cover-up or will they stand for accountability with Conservatives?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, Canadians who are watching that this morning, and I'm sure there are many, should be really worried about these Conservatives. Not they're attacking anyone who's going to fight against climate change, but even more, Mr. Speaker, what you're seeing on display and Canadians watching at home, they're going to attack institution of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The entity they're talking about was created by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, like I said, we believe we need to fight climate change. We believe in small and medium-sized businesses. And we believe we need to invest in clean technology to ensure a better future for our children.
The Honourable Member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act, received royal assent on June 13th. This bill modernizes the Canadian Environmental Protection Act by recognizing the right to a healthy environment as provided under the Act, strengthening Canada's chemicals management regime, and increasing transparency in the way that it is administered. Our government is working to implement the modernized Act through several initiatives. There will be opportunities for public input and participation in these different initiatives. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change update this House on the implementation? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Cloverdale, Langley City for all the work that he did to advance the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. That's an implementation framework that will be developed within 2 years of the royal assent of Bill S5, and through robust engagement with opportunities to continuously improve that framework, we're engaging with Canadians. And yesterday, a discussion document was published for public comment and feedback, and now Canadians from coast to coast to coast can provide feedback on the document during our 60-day public comment period between now and April 8th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that my riding makes the best wine in Canada. But January's extreme cold snap caused widespread damage to grape and fruit crops for the second year in a row. Some grape growers have experienced 100% loss of their vines. And on top of that, smoke taint from the now annual forest fires continues to affect many vineyards. Without government help to replant their vines, many wineries could be forced to close. So will the minister provide assistance to help BC grape growers and wineries survive climate change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my heart goes out to grape growers in BC and across Canada. I know in Nova Scotia they've gone through climate change events. Obviously, this is a serious issue. We've been there to support the wine sector previously, and will continue to be there to support the wine sector in the future.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with 5 former World Junior players now formally charged with sexual assault, a dark cloud hangs over the sport so many of us love. One solution is anti-sexual violence training like that which the Sexual Assault Support Centre of Waterloo Region has delivered to athletes since 2015. Last year, myself and others advocated to reallocate the millions to Hockey Canada to fund these trainings without success. This year, this government has another chance to step up and help root out the toxicity in hockey by funding these critical trainings and pushing Hockey Canada to do the same. Will they do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Amateur Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to acknowledge the incredible strength, resilience, and courage of athlete survivors across this country who have come forward to tell their stories for a better sport system. How hockey has been governed in this country and the culture of sport and hockey are of great concern to all of us. Our government takes allegations of abuse, maltreatment, and sexual violence very seriously, and that's why our government has launched the Future of Sport Commission. Mr. Speaker, sport is a power of good in this country, and we'll continue to make sure that sport does all that great work across this country that it can while building a stronger, more resilient sports system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And so brings the end to question period. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Prestation de rapport de.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Mr. Blanchet-Jonquière, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research, presented on Thursday, June 15th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup. C'est avec...
Thank you. I'm pleased to rise to raise this issue today. About something that I care deeply about, and that is science in French in Quebec and in Canada. So I'd like to talk about the Science and Research Committee's report. And there's a lot of data that shows that English dominates scientific research and publication, both internationally and in Canada. For a number of decades, the vast majority of these reviews, these learned journals, have been in English. And globally, since the 60s, English has been the language of science in more than half of the new journals that have been created, and that has increased to almost 70% in recent years. French has been on a slow decline and makes up about 3% of new scientific journals. These trends are leading to a marginalization of French in the field of science. But that's not the only problem that Francophone academics and researchers are grappling with. The research councils in science, the funding for these councils in French is much lower than the demographic clout of Francophone researchers. 21% of university professors and assistants are Francophones in Canada, but the applications for funding drafted in French are less than 15% of total applications. The Human Science Research Council receives more applications in French than the other two councils, but the number has dropped to almost 25%, from almost 25% in 97 to less than 15% in 2019. According to census data in 2016, among the 21% of Francophone academics, 5.8% work outside Quebec, whereas the vast majority, 72.5%, work in Quebec. Researchers and academics work all over Canada, even in whether it's in English language, bilingual, or francophone universities. But according to a report by Heritage Canada in 2021, 22,000 people were studying at the post-secondary level in French in universities outside Quebec, and 10,000 people were pursuing college studies in French outside Quebec. Among those, scientists, researchers, and academics encounter a number of obstacles when they decide to do research and publish their results in French. Francophone researchers, particularly those working in post-secondary educational institutions outside Quebec, also encounter practical obstacles to working in French because their institutions are often not able to provide them the necessary support. According to one academic, there's a lack of recognition, of financial support, of administrative support, or access to research assistance. And as a result, Francophone researchers are all too often invisible or forced to abandon their language and their identity and basically blend in with the Anglophone mass. This lack of support can be felt in a number of ways. Often, Francophone researchers have a higher workload than their Anglophone colleagues, and they often have to do extra things like translating documents, interpreting, and other communications-related tasks. According to a scientific study entitled The Manifold Costs of Being a Non-Native English Speaker in Science, on average, a researcher whose first language is not English spends 91% more time reading an article, 51% more time writing one, and they may need 94% more time to prepare. So there are a lot of inequities and barriers to non-Anglophone researchers when they have to work in a language other than their mother tongue. 30% of non-Anglophone researchers decide not to take part in conferences, and 50% don't give any oral presentation on their work. These disadvantages inevitably lead to a huge inequality in the progression of scientific careers as between English-speaking and non-English-speaking researchers. We also need to note that researchers in a minority language situation often lack resources to get their job done. They have to do more with less when they have to publish their results, and often they're overshadowed or overlooked by their Anglophone counterparts. According to Martin Normand, Francophone scientists work on the margins of the major research networks and are often isolated. Those who work in French on similar themes are often overlooked because Anglophones don't always understand their research. Francophone researchers in a minority language situation often lack support in publishing their work in French or in submitting their funding applications in French. Universities rarely have the support services in French for researchers, and many testimonies there's much evidence that there's a lack of Francophone research assistants because there is a shortage of students doing masters or doctorates in French. Under the circumstances, many Francophone researchers are forced to draft their funding applications and their research proposals in English. This is unfair because, as Janice Bailey pointed out, it's difficult to write scientific documents in a language other than one's mother tongue. And this is exacerbated by the fact that English dominates in the existing scientific literature. If the applications are done in English, you're more likely to get funding. works published in French are less well indexed in international databases as well. So they're often lost in the haystack, so to speak. And so all of this has a negative impact on career progression for Francophone researchers and academics. The success rate for applications submitted in French is lower than for those submitted in English. The situation has created a sense of distrust among Francophone researchers. And the acceptance rate for funding applications to research institutes in health in Canada is 29% for applications in French versus 39% for applications in English. And that, Mr. Speaker, is over a 15-year period from 2000 to 2015. And so the funding is disproportionately lower for Francophone researchers. And there's been a concentration of funding for English language projects. From 2019 to 2022, over 95% of the research funding went to projects drafted in English. And we're talking about $8 billion of funding for research has gone to English language proposals. And for the three councils I mentioned earlier, the amounts are like 98, 95, and 81% of the total funding going to proposals drafted in English. Jean-Pierre Perrault, the president of ACFAS, conducted a poll among 515 French researchers in Canada, and the results showed that researchers publish in English to reach a broader audience, to be cited more often, to have better chances of getting funded, and to promote their careers. The consequences of choosing to work in French or in English on a researcher's career have been something that many researchers have raised in their testimonies. And there's a measure of the impact of an article is among the ways of measuring the impact of an article is the number of times it's been cited, and the impact factor is an indication of the visibility of a scientific journal. So the more often an article is cited, the higher its impact factor will be, and the more that article will be considered to be high quality and influential. The impact factor of journals is often also used indirectly to evaluate the quality of a researcher's work. An article that's published in a journal with a higher impact factor is often assumed to be better than an article published in a journal with a lower impact factor. So when it comes to evaluating research, it's disturbing to see that still today this mark of prestige or this impact factor still has a great impact on research funding in Canada. And there are other indicators like the H index, which measures the productivity and impact of a researcher's work based on the number of citations of articles they've published. And these indicators are used by universities in deciding, making decisions about recruiting or promoting professors or giving them funding. So the language of publication of a scientific article has a major impact on its impact rating or the impact factor because it determines the number of readers, and so it determines the visibility of the scientific work. Works published in French are in general less often cited than works published in English. And so when an article is published in French, that penalizes the researchers who have published that article in French. According to Marc Fortin from the Natural Sciences Research Council,
in fact, when we use When we use impact factors, I don't know whether this is an unconscious bias, but English is favored. Yves Gingras is a professor of history and science sociology, and he talks about this, and according to him, if you're just a francophone in our world, then you're not as visible as an anglophone. There is an effect called the Matthew effect, which means that once you have acquired a certain visibility, you will be associated with having a higher quality than you actually have. Richard Marcoux is a professor and director at the Observatory of Demographics and Statistics for Francophones at the University of Laval and shared the results of many studies which showed that in social studies, researchers from English institutions in Canada don't quote as much of the work done by their Francophone colleagues. So there are two different paths for researchers from Canada and from Quebec. Researchers from Francophone universities and institutions use a lot of Anglophone scientific research, but Anglophone universities ignore the research and publications in French. So those who publish in French and research in French are penalized. And that's why, in fact, some Francophone researchers choose to publish in English rather than in French. There's another reason why people publish in English rather than in French, and that is international visibility. Martine Lagacé, who is Vice Rector of Promotion and Research Development at the University of Ottawa, says that for her, as a researcher, she's often decided to write in English, even though she is a Francophile. She says that when she publishes in English, she has a lot higher visibility than when she publishes in French because there are more readers in English than in French. According to Benoit Sévigny, Director of Communications of Quebec's Research Fund, the increasing internationalization of research also plays a role in the decreased number of articles published in French. Meanwhile, the proportion of Quebec publications co-signed by at least one scientist in another country went from 35% in 2000 to 60% in 2019. These elements explain why, for strategic reasons, many Francophone researchers choose to publish their work and their research in English. The consequences of the marginalization of French are numerous. On the one hand, the domination of English, in fact, threatens the sharing of scientific knowledge in French. Meanwhile, the domination of English can lead some local research topics to be abandoned, especially research about Canadian Francophone communities. According to the work of Vincent Larivière and Jean-François Gauthier-Desbiens, who are professors at the University of Montreal, the proportion of scholarly articles published in English went from 64% in 1995 to over 90% in 2019. And over that same period, 1995 to 2019, the proportion of articles published in French dropped from 10% to 1%. The increasing domination of English in science is a global phenomenon, but that means that Canada is in a unique situation. Unlike other countries that are officially multilingual, like Belgium or Switzerland, in Canada, English is one of the official languages. So there is increasing anglicization. There is a trend toward the dominant language. That's not the case in other multilingual countries. Now, according to Stats Canada, in 2021, 63.8% of the population of Canada spoke English predominantly at home. 20% predominantly spoke French at home. The progressive marginalization of French in science could, in fact, shift the language balance in Canada. The Standing Committee on Science and Research of the House of Commons decided to conduct a study on research and scientific publications in French in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. And in the committee's study, many witnesses described the situation of French in the field of science and the challenges that Francophone scientists in Canada face. Witnesses also told us about some solutions to revitalize French research and scientific publications. Now, thanks to the testimony we heard, the committee formulated 17 recommendations for the government. I won't tell you about all of them, but I will share some of them, those that are truly a priority. First, the recommendation is that the granting councils collaborate with the Government of Canada to develop a strategy for French publications. and for universities and colleges and all stakeholders participate. Next recommendation, that Granting Councils in Canada stop using evaluation criteria such as bibliometric indexes like impact factor, and that they introduce weighting mechanisms to better recognize research conducted or published in French. The Granting Councils, which are the Canada Human Sciences Research Agency, Natural Sciences Agency, and Engineering, and the CIHR, and the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, they want an objective evaluation of linguistic skills of experts on their assessment committees. So if someone thinks they understand French and that they understand scientific terms, they can sit on these councils, but they need to truly understand these terms and understand French. Next recommendation, that the Government of Canada, through the Granting Councils, invest in support for translation into both official languages. There has to be also free access to scientific research in French. I can tell you about one platform that allows free access to French research. It's called Érudit. We need to really prioritize knowledge dissemination in French, and we can do so through platforms like Érudit. Now, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, a lot of work was done to publish this report. C-13 was passed to an act to modernize official languages. We now recognize the value of French language scientific publication, but there's a lot of work to do. I urge colleagues to consult our committee's report, Revitalizing Research and Scientific Publication in French in Canada. That concludes my speech. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire, mais je reconnais, I see that the member from Edmonton Strathcona is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to apologize to my colleague for interrupting his questions. I hope it gives the members of the government and the opposition an opportunity to come up with better questions to ask him when I'm done. But I am standing today to rise on a question of privilege. It's related to written questions Q2068, Q2069, and Q2070, which I submitted on December 7th, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you look at the following three pieces of evidence when you review my request. First, I ask that you look at the questions that I submitted to the government. Second, I ask that you look at the answers the government provided to my question. And third, I ask that you also look at the procedural aspects of this question, what procedural experts have said about the matter, and the troubling precedent being set with regards to written questions. Mr. Speaker, I hope you will find that the government's treatment of written questions calls into question its respect for the rights of parliamentarians to seek information on behalf of their constituents and on behalf of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, you will note that these three questions deal with Canadian foreign policy, specifically with regards to the long-standing conflict in Israel-Palestine. While this is, of course, an issue of serious debate in Canada, this point of privilege is not meant to debate the crisis and the potential genocide in Gaza, but to raise serious concerns about the government's refusal to provide answers to clear questions raised by my constituents and Canadians across the country. I believe this government is not meeting its responsibilities towards parliamentarians in its handling of written questions. I first turn to the response I received to written question 2068. I asked a question on the export of military goods and the technology to Israel. My question included 22 very specific sub-questions as is the norm for written questions. I will not read the entire question to the House since you've confined it in previous order papers. However, I will give you some examples of the level of specificity of the sub-questions. For example, I asked, has Global Affairs Canada reviewed its assessment on export permits to Israel in light of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the situation in the West Bank? Has Global Affairs Canada identified any serious violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law since October 7th, 2023? And in Global Affairs Canada's analysis, do the deaths of, at the time, over 6,500 children and 4,000 women amount to serious violence against women and children? Of course, this number is now doubled to over 12,000 children. Instead of responding to my specific question, I received a boilerplate cut and paste response. And furthermore, and I raise this with great concern, the answer contradicts information in the 2022 report on the export of military goods tabled in this House, which clearly stated that there were 199 export permits for military goods and technology to Israel that year, and 315 export permits used that year. More than $21 million in military goods and technology were exported to Israel from Canada in the year preceding the 2022 report, yet the response to my question, 2069, did not mention any of these. It further contradicts information Global Affairs Canada has provided to the Globe and Mail, in which it admitted Canada has sent non-lethal military goods, which appears to be a euphemism for military-grade parts and components that comprise very lethal systems and which may require export permits. So I wonder, Mr. Speaker, why the information provided by the government to my written question contradicted information it has provided in a report to this House and to the media. The government has the responsibility to provide the House with accurate information. What explains these discrepancies in the response to my question? And as you will see, Mr. Speaker, I ask specific questions to which there are specific answers. These questions are of the highest importance to Canadians at a time when tens of thousands are calling for an arms export ban against Israel. I remind you and this House that for years New Democrats have sought details on Canadian arms exports, whether it be to Israel, to Turkey, to Saudi Arabia, or recently to Kyrgyzstan and onwards to Russia. And we have very little information available to us as parliamentarians to investigate the many loopholes in the arms export system. In their response to my question 2068, the government states that, I quote, Canada has one of the most rigorous export control systems in the world, end quote, which is a talking point we have heard for many years, but which does not match the reality. This is why I asked these specific questions. Mr. Speaker, the government has claimed for years that we have a rigorous export control system, but we see at every occasion that we do not. There are loopholes everywhere. There are political choices being made, like we saw with the recent Turkey decision last week, like we are now seeing with Israel, where the arms trade treaty and the substantial risk of human rights violations is only applied in some cases and not in all cases. We have no way to evaluate this without a fulsome response to our written questions. Unlike the United States, Canadian parliamentarians do not have oversight of export goods and technology. Despite our election to this House, we do not have more information than the average person on the street. The government clearly doesn't want us to know what is being exported, to whom and for what purpose, and that is evident in the response provided to me for question 2068. And if we are to fix this broken system, then we need the proper information to do so, which is why my question is so important to have answered and why the government's response is clearly a breach of my privilege as a parliamentarian. These are the most crucial conversations we need to have as a country, and the government is deliberately avoiding those hard conversations by refusing to answer my question. When I turn to Q 2069, which asked a series of specific questions about the government's policy towards the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, I remind you that my question was submitted to the government prior to South Africa's submission to the ICJ, alleging possible genocide in Gaza, by the government of Israel, and prior to the ICJ finding a genocide case against Israel is, quote, plausible, and ordering 6 provisional measures, including for Israel to refrain from acts under the Genocide Convention, prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to genocide, and take immediate and effective measures to ensure the provision of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza. My written question was divided into 10 sub-questions, the norm for written questions. Again, I will not read the entire question, but to give you some examples, how many states does the government accept are parties to the ICC? What motivated Canada to submit its views opposing the ICJ's advisory proceedings on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in East Jerusalem? Or prior to submitting its opposition to the ICJ advisory opinion, did the government officials hold meetings with other states to coordinate efforts to oppose the case at the ICJ? Mr. Speaker, again, the government has not answered several of these sub-questions and instead provided the same language that it has used in its public statements. I am not looking for the same language as its public statements, but for specific answers to specific questions that many Canadians have. Turning to my third question, this question dealt with the very complex issue of international law with regards to Israel and Palestine and the government's interpretation of that law in determining its foreign policy towards the region. This question included 18 sub-questions, again, as is the norm. Once again, I will not read the question, but Mr. Speaker, would you believe that instead of engaging seriously with these 18 sub-questions, the government instead provided the exact same response to this question, question 2070, as it did to my question 2069. There is no difference. The questions are completely different. There are completely different sub-questions, and the government chose to copy and paste the same answer to both questions.
Shame.
Again, my questions were submitted before South Africa's case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. One would think that since the horrendous attack on October 7th, the war on Gaza and the resulting South African case against Israel on the question of genocide, that Canada would be engaging thoughtfully with questions of international law, and yet these answers do not engage with the difficult questions that I raised. Rather, it seems the government is trying to avoid engaging its international legal responsibilities entirely and is instead hiding behind vague public statements that have no real substance. But as you can see, Mr. Speaker, I asked specific questions, and there are specific answers that need to be provided. Someone in Global Affairs Canada knows the answers to these questions. Certainly the minister and their staff must have the answers to these questions. The government has made absolutely no effort to answer my questions in good faith. But these questions, Mr. Speaker, are not just questions on paper. They go to the heart of the government and the responsibility that this government holds. What I mean by this is that the government must recognize its responsibilities internationally under international law, including conventions and treaties it is signed onto. The government has a responsibility to explain how it interprets international law in complex cases such as Israel and Palestine. And it is my responsibility as a parliamentarian to hold the government to account and to ensure that Canadians are getting the information that they are entitled to using the tools that I have available to me. Canadians are asking me every day for information on how this government is interpreting international law with regards to the war and the potential genocide in Gaza. I have received more than 250,000 emails from Canadians expressing their outrage at this government's position. First, the reluctance to call for a ceasefire, next its refusal to support South Africa's case, and then cuts to life-saving humanitarian assistance through UNRWA. And now its reluctance to call on the United States and Israel to end this war. In the absence of clear answers from this government, as my letters go unanswered, my questions in the House go unanswered, my calls on social media go unanswered, my questions in committee go unanswered, written questions are one of the few tools I have to understand the government's position and to engage with that position on behalf of Canadians. The government will surely claim that it answered some of my sub-questions and that my dissatisfaction is merely a matter of opinion. I am not asking you to judge on the quality or lack thereof of this. What I am asking you to do today, Mr. Speaker, is rule that the government's refusal to answer most of the sub-questions in my written question constitutes a violation of my rights as a Member of Parliament. According to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, page 517, the purpose of written questions is described as follows. Written questions are placed after notice on the order paper with the intent of seeking from the ministry detailed, lengthy or technical information related to public affairs. In Chapter 7 of the November 2004 report entitled Process for Responding to Parliamentary Order Paper Questions, the Auditor General wrote, the right to seek information from the ministry of the day and the right to hold that ministry accountable are recognized as two of the fundamental principles of parliamentary democracy. Written questions are one of the tools that Canadians, via their elected representatives, can use to force the government to be accountable. Mr. Speaker, I hope you will consider that this matters seriously and recognize that it involves a prima facie breach of my privileges as a Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the government has the answers to my questions. It could have responded to my questions as I asked them and with the transparency that Canadians deserve, but it is not. I believe this constitutes a breach. I would like to refer to Speaker's ruling from December 16, 1980, found on 5797 of the House of Commons debates, where the Speaker stated, and I quote, "It would be bold to suggest that no circumstances could ever exist for a prima facie question of privilege to be made where there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member." I would also refer to the 21st edition of Erskine's May, which describes contempt as follows. Any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either House of Parliament in the performance of its functions or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of such House in the discharge of his duty or which has a tendency, directly or indirectly, to produce such results may be treated as contempt, even though there is no precedence of the offence. I would like to emphasize the word omission, and I'd like to finish. Again, these questions are important to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and in order to do my job as a parliamentarian and to hold this government to account, I need the proper information that I am entitled to. Mr. Speaker, I am simply asking that you examine my 3 questions, look at the responses provided by the Minister, and reach a decision. If you do not find a prima facie case that my parliamentary privileges have been breached, I will move the appropriate motion in due course. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona for raising this question of privilege. The points that she raised are important points. The more that I'm in this chair, the more I'm seeing some similarities to other issues raised by members of Parliament. Currently, there is a point of order which is similar to this, which was just raised last week. I will get back to the House with a determination on the matters that were raised. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil. La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague opposite for his speech, as well as for his engagement when it comes to defending French in science and technology. We were able to sit together on the same committee, and we noted that nothing is preventing a researcher from publishing in their mother language or in French. And I would like my colleague opposite to explain to us, however, why some researchers who are francophones or bilingual want of their own choice to publish internationally in English. And for him to speak also, Mr. Speaker, about access to the international market, which means that there is a greater openness for them if they do publish in English. Thank you. The honourable member for 1 moment, Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Argenteuil La Petite Nation, and I salute his work on our committee together. We worked in depth on this subject, didn't we? And some people, my Anglophone colleagues, for example, don't know much about it, but it's an interesting subject. We understand that the federal government has a difficulty, understandably, going against what's happening in the international scene, and researchers are publishing more and more in English. However, where the government has failed is that it is contributing to ensuring that francophones in Canada must make funding requests in English. Why? Because the structure that is in place based on the assessment that I talked about earlier has an impact. This means that it's as if a scientific publication in French has no value, and this penalizes and discriminates against francophones. Second, the acceptance rate for funding requests are higher in English than in French. So we can understand that if the federal government cannot resolve this problem, then it should stop undermining at the very least, or not get involved in education, which exclusively falls under Quebec's jurisdiction. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnie B. Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for his speech. I had participated in the ACFAS meetings several times, and there were Francophones from across the country in Quebec where they took part and they shared information that is vital to the future of applied sciences and other fields. It's extremely important, in fact, that the federal government understands the importance of funding research in French, as it does equally with English, or as it should do equally with English. I know that in the provinces like the one I represent, we have a growing number of Francophones. The number of Francophones in British Columbia continues to rise. There are more and more people who are trying to do research there. Is my colleague in agreement that it's important to ensure funding for research in French, and all the more important that this funding be available across the country? The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I salute the work of AGFA and have collaborated with their work. There is a current inequity that exists between Anglophones and Francophones with regard to the granting of funding for research in Canada and the possibility of not being forced to make a funding application in English. One of the reasons it's important to do research in French is the importance of having local relevancy. And I would give you the example of Frédéric Bouchard. He said the results are the same whether you're talking about this, if you're talking about the same subject, but it has a local impact when you look at the results of the research. It has to be accessible to the local community whose language is mostly French. So it's important to have research being done in French because it has a direct link to the results, that positive results that this can have in resolving issues that the local community is facing based on their linguistic composition. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's quite clear. I also talked about the fact that there are additional steps for French-speaking researchers doing research in English. It's longer, it's more difficult, it takes more time, and they're penalized, as well as with regard to the granting of the funding. Questions and comments? The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague first from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques for his excellent speech and his dedication to French. He gave us a lot of figures. Are there figures on the proportion of funding for research in French compared to research done in English? I think it was about 95% for English. So we think that it should be higher in Quebec because there's more Francophones there. But what explains this inequity? The member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. It's quite simple. Currently, there's a structure put in place by the federal government which gives priority to Anglophones when it comes to funding, and also the assessment criteria ensure that more value is given to research and scientific publications in English. Of course, then you see that the funding would follow. So the government is undermining Francophones who are doing research in French. I think it's important to say that. We're supposed to be a bilingual country, but French and English aren't equal in science. I often tell people who say, is science in French really important? Well, the most significant linguistic crisis in Canada is in science. It's not just at the Tim Hortons in downtown Montreal. Questions and comments?
And comments? L'honorable.
The honourable member for?
North Okanagan. South Okanagan.
West Kootenay.
West Kootenay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech.
I also want to compliment him on his work in our Science and Research Committee. He's a very strong advocate for research, and he and I have been pressing this government to provide more sufficient support, especially for graduate students. But that's not what I'm going to ask about today, because we were talking about a different subject, but I wanted to thank him for that work. And he claimed in his speech that support, the funding rates for Francophones was lower than for Anglophones. But in the report, there's conflicting data that shows that the percent of Francophone applicants asking for money from the Tri-Councils is actually higher in all cases than for English applicants. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on the source of that conflicting information, because it looks like to me that Francophones do very well in funding applications.
There is approximately 1 minute remaining for the response from the member for Rimouski, Niget, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I salute my colleague who sits on this committee with me. I think we can agree on some things. I understand what is mentioned. What I want to tell him or share with him is that we have to look at the proportion of Francophones making funding applications in French compared to those making an application in English. If you say 75% of Francophones in Canada are qualified for funding, in natural sciences and engineering, but look at the figures, only 5 to 12% of funding applications in French compared to 21% of researchers in Canada are Francophone. So 51% of Francophones make their applications in English because it's easier to get accepted. So it's true that in the report, in the 3 organizations, there are higher rates for applications in French, but it's not representative of the proportion of Francophones. So once again, Francophones in Canada are being forced to make their funding applications in English in order to hope to get funding.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I quite enjoyed my colleague's speech and learning a little bit more about this study. I know that it was mentioned that there's probably a lot of Anglophones in this chamber that do not understand the unique problem that Francophone researchers are facing across Canada and, of course, in the province of Quebec. And I have to say, upon reviewing the committee's report and the government's response, the issue is becoming, very interesting indeed, and I think our government has responded in the actions that it will take, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But I want to also thank the committee for diving into this subject matter. I think that they've done good work in shining a light on the matter, and I'd like to thank the chair, the member from Guelph, who's done exceptional work with all of the other members in producing this report. In doing so, they made 17 different recommendations in the report. The report does find that evidence is showing that English is increasingly dominating research and scientific publications, both internationally and domestically here at home in Canada. In recent decades in Canada, the vast majority of new scientific journals have been launched in English, and the proportion of scientific articles published in English has been increasing steadily in most scientific disciplines. As a result, French is losing ground in the sciences, so I can see why this is of great concern to, and should be to all Canadians that value our bilingual country and the position that French holds. For example, the proportion of funding requests submitted to the 3 granting agencies.
Appel au règlement.
Point of order.
Le règlement de
Member for Rimouski, Niget, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's quite interesting, even striking. I think the wrong name is up on the screen. It's striking to see that this government doesn't care about French. The proof today is we're talking about applied research and science, and we have a unilingual Anglophone who is speaking on the subject once again, who can't speak a word of French. I think I think that the member knows full well that this is a point of debate and not a point of order. We will continue with the member for Brampton North.
Appel au règlement.
Point of order.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we must remind members that they are entitled to speak in the language of their choice here in the House. And this applies to all MPs in the House.
Encore un autre.
Once again, it's quite clear this is not a point of order here, so the debate will continue. The member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the member raises this as he's fighting for French researchers to be recognized in this country that is bilingual. It was also mentioned that Anglophones in this House should take interest in the subject matter, and I'm stating that I am very interested in protecting French in this country and making sure that our French researchers and scientists get the funding and the credit that they do deserve, and I'm hoping that that they don't feel this pressure, which I know is growing globally and internationally, to submit their funding requests in English, or even then after to publish their work in English, which we're seeing increasingly done. So I have a great respect for the French language, and I'm working on my French myself, but it still doesn't stop me or hold me back from taking an interest in this matter. And so what the committee found and what the committee saw is that according to census data in 2016, 21% of university professors and teaching assistants at the post-secondary level across Canada are francophones, and I think that's good. However, these scientists face a series of obstacles when they decide to conduct research and publish their findings in French, which is not so good. Work published in French is not as well indexed in the international databases used to measure the number of times an article is cited in scientific literature. French language publications are seen as less prestigious than English language publications, which can affect a scientist's career and progression. In addition, there is a perception that funding applications are less likely to be approved if they are submitted to the granting agencies in French. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, this is quite concerning, and as some members have pointed out, there was different evidence brought forward to the committee which wasn't made quite clear at times as to whether researchers are finding that funding requests cannot be made in English. However, they took this study very seriously, and based on all the evidence that they heard, they came to 17 different recommendations. Now, these 17 different recommendations have been looked at by our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and he's also written a response to the committee and this House as well, a public response as to what the government's commitments are in order to enhance the vitality of the French language and Canada's francophone communities, both in Quebec and in French-speaking official language minority communities across Canada. The government, the minister has pointed out that the government is committed to supporting science and research that creates new knowledge and generates impact for Canadians and the world, and recognizes the important role in French-speaking researchers and institutions, the role that they play in science and research in the ecosystem that we have here in Canada. So it is important for the government to continue to work hard in this area so that we can foster potential and global collaborations to address common challenges, including many researchers that are doing excellent work in the area of climate change on this matter. So research needs are increasingly complex, collaborative, multi- and interdisciplinary and international. The government knows that Canada's federal research supports must continue to evolve in order to maintain Canada's research strength. That is why the government has launched the advisory panel on the federal research support system to provide independent expert advice on enhancing the federal system supporting research and talent. As reaffirmed in Budget 2023, the government remained committed to carefully considering the panel's recommendations, including its calls to improve support for Francophone research and ensure the equitable treatment of research funding applications submitted in French within the federal research support system. So the government is acknowledging, the panel has also advised this, the committee has made recommendations, and as I continue, the minister has read through all of those recommendations and working on implementing all of the 17 recommendations that have been mentioned. The government extends its gratitude to the members of the committee, of course, as do I, for the work that they have put into improving our systems. The response to the committee's report and recommendations is the product of a collaboration between, like I mentioned, Science, Innovation and Economic Development Canada, but of course there's work for Canadian Heritage, Health Canada, Global Affairs Canada, and the Office of the Chief Science Advisor of Canada, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council, and the Social Science and Humanitarian Research Council. So the committee's report affects all those different departments and agencies in collaborating and doing the work that's needed to make sure that Francophone researchers can flourish within Canada and make a name for themselves on the global stage. So one of the areas that has been highlighted is the contributions to research, and I think the contributions, like I mentioned, are great, especially in the areas of climate change, which a lot of innovative work has been done. So we do value, as a government, with the role that Francophone researchers play, that institutions and communities, and their important contributions to Canada's research and science ecosystem. Canada is a world leader in science and research, and it's critical that the federal programs acknowledge the contributions of Francophone researchers and institutions in knowledge creation. The government acknowledges the committee's recommendations to review the criteria and procedures used by Canada's federal granting agencies to assess research excellence in the context of allocating funding, including by discontinuing the use of bibliometrics such as the impact factor, and introducing weighing mechanisms to better recognize research conducted and published in French. Procedures and criteria used to assess research contributions are critical to the success of the federal research support system. That is why, aligned with global best practices, Canada's federal research granting agencies, the Canada Institutes of Health Research, Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, and Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council are working to assess the use of bibliometrics, such as the impact factor and research funding assessment criteria. They are each introducing new approaches to better reflect and recognize the diverse contributions of Canada's research community to knowledge creation and mobilization, including by researchers in Quebec, in French-speaking official language minority communities across Canada. So this is really important, and oftentimes I think not making sure that we recognize the work that's done by all language communities, by both French and English language communities in our country, only helps to continue to keep Canada as a leader on the world stage when it comes to science and research. I know that it's so important in order to be able to drive innovation and creation and create jobs here and globally. And in so many areas, I learned the other day in brain research, Canada is third in the world globally. These things matter. I know these matter to Canadians. oftentimes when they're helping a sick loved one find a cure to so many ailments that have become more and more rare these days. It is this funding in research that's going to get us to a point where we can have success and live longer and healthier lives. The government also recognizes, and what's been brought up here today, the grant funding applications, that the concerns that have been mentioned when it comes to the grant funding applications. We recognize that Canadians have a right to access federal programs and services in their first official language, including when researchers engage with the federal research support system. The government acknowledges the committee's recommendation that Canada's granting agencies should work to encourage researchers to submit funding applications in French. Researchers can access programs and services of the Federal Research Support System in the official language of their choice, and the granting agencies offer all submission, evaluation, and administrative service to applicants in both French and English. The granting agencies encourage applicants to submit their applications in their preferred official language, and researchers are free to choose their preferred official language for communication and accessing granting agency programs, including funding applications. In keeping with its commitment to DORA, some NSERC programs will begin using narrative format applications, allowing researchers to describe their contribution to research, training, and mentoring in writing. NSERC expects that this change will benefit French language researchers whose research contributions may not be well captured by bibliometrics alone, encouraging the greater use of French in funding applications. So that's one of the ways that's been outlined by the government in acknowledging the recommendations that have been made and making a commitment in order to address the concerns that have been raised by members in this House. I'd also like to point out that the government acknowledges the committee's recommendations that the granting agencies publicly report on the proportion of funding applications submitted in French and ensure that the success rate of these applications is fair. The granting agencies are working to understand how best to collect and share information about applications and funding awards. For example, SSHRC publishes data on application and award rates for French and English applications in its annual report on competitions. This data allows for monitoring of trends which may indicate the challenges in the wider research ecosystem, and analysis of this data are regularly examined by SSHRC's governing council. I think this is a good step in the right direction. Official languages is also considered in the context of program evaluations, including a research umbrella evaluation of granting agency talent programs, which examined official languages as a variable within the population of graduate students accessing funding. Data from SSHRC shows that across its programs, the share of funding awards given to applications submitted in French is comparable with the share of all applications submitted in French, indicating that the agency is working towards a fairer, more equitable merit review process. So that's another way that we are trying to address this concern. One of the other, since I'm starting to run out of time, one of the other, I think, key areas that are important is support for French language researchers, institutions, and communities themselves. So the government recognizes the importance of programs which support French language researchers, their institutions, and their communities, and we are investing to advance linguistic equity and duality in research and science. The government is committed to taking action to improve access to resources that help make research and scientific knowledge in French more accessible, including examining the committee's recommendation that it continue funding for SARF, S-A-R-F, established by ACFAS in 2022 recommendation, and it continue funding for SARF, establishing a national service providing post-secondary researchers with assistance in French, supporting the development and vitality of French in Canada. Another area is scientific publications in French. The communication and mobilization of knowledge are a critical part of the work of researchers and research institutions. The government acknowledges that the committee's recommendation calling for financial support for scientific publications in French and for French language and bilingual scholarly journals, and for the development of measures to encourage the bilingual scholarly journals that they fund to increase the percentage of articles they publish in French. I think this will be a good step towards having more French, access to more French scientific articles in Canada, and that access goes around the world as well. The granting agencies support scholarly publications and journals in both French and English. For example, SSHRC funds scholarly publications through the Aid to Scholarly Journals grants, which supports Canadian scholarly communication by helping journals to offset the costs associated with publishing scholarly articles, digital publishing, and journal distribution on Canadian not-for-profit platforms. These grants will help increase dissemination, discoverability, and readership of original research results in the social sciences and humanities through Canadian scholarly journals, and encourages the transition of journals to open access models for publishing. I think this also is a good step in the right direction. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there's been a willingness, and much has already been done in the area to make sure that we can continue to support our academic institutions, our researchers, our professors, including access to use of official language data, enhancing access to scientific information in French, and support for research and publications, research and publication in French. And I think all of these steps are going to continue to improve the situation for French researchers in Canada. There's also some work that's all been done in the International Student Exchange, which I think will be of benefit. So I hear the concern. I'm starting to understand the concern more and more, and I know that the government is well aware of the concern and doing its utmost to make sure that science and research gets the funding it deserves, and the French language researchers in particular are not penalized through the systems that we've created here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her speech, but this is something I care deeply about, and I didn't mean to offend her, but I was surprised that the Speaker, that when the subject is about a specific language, that the Speaker didn't speak that language. I'm pleased with her open-mindedness about science and science in French. And the reason we're here today is that there's a problem. And I would remind everyone that 95% of the funding goes to English language research. And 50% of Francophone researchers are doing their work in English because of that. So there's a lot of goodwill, like my colleague said, but where's the action? No federal members were at a recent conference on this topic. And under the Official Languages Act, there's a recognition that science in French has value, and that had to be put in the latest version of the Act. It took that long to recognize the importance of research done in French. And when it comes to the Bouchard report that seeks to support funding for French, in concrete terms, that report came out in June 2023, and since the Official Languages Act was updated to recognize the presence of French in science, what concrete steps has the government taken to restore the situation and bring balance back to French in science? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amount of steps that have been taken are really unprecedented by any government. And, you know, I continue to say I understand the concern, but the government also has understand the concern. And the Official Languages Act has been modernized by this government after a very long time. And funding has also been put in place. I'd like to specifically mention in Budget 2023, the government provided new funding of up to $128 million for minority language post-secondary education over 4 years. The investment is a part of an action plan for official languages. The government's approach to modernizing the Official Languages Act has included a commitment to strengthening opportunities for members of the OLMC to engage in quality learning. There's been so many areas, informal, non-formal, and informal settings in their own language throughout their lives, from early childhood to post-secondary education. Budget 2021 also made a big commitment to increasing funding available for official languages, including for post-secondary education in the minority language, by $121 million over 3 years. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker, that we are really putting our money where our mouth is and taking the actions and steps necessary to make sure that official languages are respected in this country.
The Honourable Member, quickly, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for her speech on this topic. And as she mentioned, this is happening in a global situation where the vast majority of scientific research is now published in English. It has become the lingua franca of science in the world. There's very little we can do about that trend in Canada, but what we can do is support Francophone researchers in their work. Canadians who want to work in French, do their research in French, and get federal funding, apply for federal funding in French and get the support they need. And I'm just wondering if one of the recommendations was to have an office within the scientific advisory for the government, Dr. Mona Niemer, have a Francophone office under her that would really keep an eye on this situation and find ways to monitor the situation and find ways to make sure Francophone researchers get their support.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear that she will be coming before committee to make a presentation as to her thoughts on this. I think it is a good suggestion. I agree with the member that, you know, there is a global trend that is difficult for Canada to stop. However, it is about being able to provide equitable choice here in Canada, and I do feel strongly about making sure that the choice is not a fake choice, but that the choice is real, and those researchers and scientists that wish to publish their material in French get every opportunity to do so.
Questions, commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you in that chair. Thank you for the role you're playing. Allow me first off to thank and congratulate the Honourable Government Whip on her speech and her openness on this issue, her open-mindedness. The member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation spoke about the importance of being able to choose which language you publish in, whether it's English or French. But the problem is that there are very few French language scientific journals, and there are fewer and fewer of them. They're disappearing. So I'd humbly like to ask the Honourable Member whether this is a question that concerns her, the fact that the number of scientific publications in French is in decline, and should the government be doing something about that? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that, and I do acknowledge and realize that that decline is real. And of course, I don't have the exact number in front of me right now, but even in my speech, I did acknowledge that that funding has been put towards post-secondary educations in the French language, and also towards journals and being able to digitize those journals and support for and funding for translation as well, so that this material can be made available for those that wish to have it in French. And so I think the concern is real, and the government is trying its hardest to address it. Of course, it is a challenge that I know Francophones face, not just in Canada, but around the world.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to congratulate my colleague, the Whip, on her excellent speech today, even though it was in English. And I'd like to say that I'm a member of the Science and Research Committee, and have been since that committee began. And I'd like to say that we've done a lot.
Tremendously, but what I want to ask her in English is the following. She said something that really struck a chord with me, and that is this, and I just want her to comment a little bit more on that. The more that non-French speaking people can recognize that this is an issue for publications in French, I think the better we would be as Canadians in order to promote more bilingualism and more publications in both English and French as well. So I'd just like her to comment on that, because I very much appreciate her perspective on that.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North, in about a minute or so left.
Absolutely. I think it's extremely important to make sure that all Canadians can understand why we value French in Canada. And it's important for all issues, right? It is why on committees that are studying these types of issues, we want to have a cross-section and diversity around the table so that we can come up with good solutions, but we can also create awareness for members of Parliament from coast to coast to coast, so that we are not just having to let our Francophone members fight this battle, but that all together can fight this battle and make sure that there is no deterioration of the French language in Canada.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in debate on the concurrence motion regarding revitalization of science and scientific publication in French in Canada, report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research. For fun fact about me, Mr. Speaker, my maiden name is Godin, and my father and our family anglicized us. So as an anglicized child, I feel very strongly about the importance of access to French language training and the preservation of French language in Canada. I just want to draw from the supplementary opinion written by the Bloc Québécois to this report. And there's 2 lines I'll read into the record. However, the Bloc Québécois feels that the report does not go far enough and does not fully respond to Quebec's demands in terms of research and education. It also says the Bloc Québécois believes the most obvious remedy to this problem, the problem being funding of research in French and access to French language research projects, etc., is for the federal government to withdraw completely from this field of activity while granting Quebec the means to assume these responsibilities. So the line that says the report does not fully respond to Quebec's demands in terms of research and education, one of the Quebec government's most recent demands, and I'll read from an article from, I think it's True North News, by an author named Ali Cantin-Nantel. The title of the article is Quebec Education Minister Denounces EDI Practices in Letter to Universities. So this whole situation started to arise in March of 2022 when, and this is an article from the Canadian Press, Quebec University was criticized for a job posting that excludes white men. That is a headline from a CTV article. And it says, ministers in François Legault's government took exception on Wednesday to a call for candidates from Laval University that they consider exaggerated and even discriminatory. And it relates to a funded research position from the Canada Research Chair Program. The Quebec government, in response to this issue, went as far as to pass a motion in the Assembly in December, on December the 7th of 2022, that said, and I'm reading from a National Post article, it says, on December the 7th, the National Assembly passed a motion that expresses a commitment to merit-based hiring on university campuses and rejects the imposition of racial or gender quotas by the federal government. So I guess, Speaker, I'm just wondering if in the supplemental report where the Bloc says that the report doesn't go far enough and does not fully respond to Quebec's demands in terms of research and education, if this is in fact, that line is in fact referring to this recent motion that was put forward in the National Assembly regarding calls for merit-based hiring when it comes to particularly Canada Research Chairs. So the Bloc have called for essentially a devolution, full devolution of research funding.
Comme il est 1h30, la Chambre aborde.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business based on the order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, standing in the name of Mr. Carey.
Comme il y a aucune motion.
There being no report stage motion, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion of report.
By Mr. Doherty, moves that Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. I therefore declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read for a third time? Now?
Yeah, right
now. Now?
Right now.
Monsieur Carey.
Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that Bill C-320, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues of all parties for speaking in support of this bill at first and second readings, voting unanimously in support of Bill C-320 at second reading, and voting unanimously in support at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security without amendments. I'd also like to thank more than 5,000 of my Oshawa constituents for having made the time to support this important homegrown local effort. The response to this bill, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency and across Durham Region is impressive and has surprised me. Even more impressive is the support for the bill from across Canada. We've received positive comments and support from places far away from Oshawa, places including Abbotsford, Wainwright, Prince Albert, Saskatoon, Churchill, Thunder Bay, Cornwall, Essex County, Chicoutimi, Montreal, Shediac, Summerside, Antigonish, and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that there's a huge appetite across the land for change and reform of our justice system. This bill is a small but significant step in achieving our shared goal. I'm also grateful to my Senate colleague, the Honourable Pierre Boisvenu, a survivor himself, for his continued support and counsel. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, to my constituent and survivor, Lisa Freeman. Lisa's very personal and decades-long story is the inspiration for this bill. Lisa Freeman is the author of the 2016 book, She Won't Be Silenced, the story of my father's murder and my struggle to find justice within the Parole Board of Canada. After years of fighting to have her family's voice heard as decisions were made about parole and the passage of information concerning the killer's movements inside Canada's correctional system, Lisa petitioned the federal government to amend the Charter of Rights for Victims of Crime and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. For more than 2 decades, she has urged Correctional Services Canada and the Parole Board of Canada to provide victims of violent crime with a more timely disclosure on the movement of incarcerated individuals within the federal prison system. She has also urged the Parole Board to provide victims' families with open access to the parole process, which has shut out Ms. Freeman and her family's participation on several occasions in recent years. As I've stated before, this bill is intended to help families who are plunged into unfathomable situations, demoralized and re-traumatized by the actions of the Parole Board of Canada and Correctional Services Canada. Mr. Speaker, all too often we hear senior officials at these institutions say they are supportive of victims of crime, a view that often does not hold up in practice. And as parliamentarians, this bill allows the opportunity to help them in that support. As an example of how victims are re-traumatized due to the lack of information, allow me to remind you a bit about Lisa Freeman's story. Ms. Freeman's late father, Roland Slingerland, an Oshawa resident and veteran of the Royal Canadian Navy, was bludgeoned to death by an axe murderer in 1991 at the downtown Oshawa rooming house in which he worked as a custodian. He left behind his wife and 3 daughters. Upon conviction in 1992, Mr. Slingerland's killer was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. I'll repeat that. It was life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. However, to the shock of Lisa and her family, the killer was granted escorted absences from prison and became eligible for day parole in February 2012, many years ahead of the end of his court-ordered sentence. Worse still, Mr. Speaker, it was only after the killer moved to another correctional facility outside of Ontario, just 10 kilometers from her sister's home, that Freeman and her family were notified. In the prison, security in no way matches the severity of the crimes committed by these wicked individuals, Lisa told the media at the time. When my father's axe murderer was sentenced in 1992, he received a life sentence. Contrast this with the 1990s Toronto Sun headline, which read, "Hatchet Killer Jailed for Life." We now know that this headline and the killer's sentence were a cruel joke on Lisa and her family. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that her father's killer would enjoy the luxuries he has today at a halfway house? He's able to get a job, he's able to own a car, he's got a roof over his head, and meals catered by an in-house chef. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians don't live as well as Roland Slingerland's axe murderer. While it's supposed to be the job of the Correctional Services, the Parole Board, the Parole Board, to ensure that dangerous offenders are kept locked up, it's clear that families are not receiving full disclosure from our federal agencies. But our systems are failing victims. The aim of Bill C-320 is twofold. First, it will amend current federal laws to better meet the needs of victims of crime by providing timely and accurate information to victims upon the sentencing of an officer or an offender, while also avoiding the false comfort of misleading parole eligibility dates. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, it will ensure that victims of crime are provided with improved transparency and passage of information from Correctional Services Canada concerning the movements of an individual within the prison system, and also ensure that the Parole Board of Canada cannot arbitrarily deny victims participation at parole hearings. For too long, this country's justice system has put the rights of violent offenders ahead of their victims and survivors. That's altogether backwards. This bill aims to turn the tide. It'll give victims and survivors greater transparency of information concerning an incarcerated individual's movement within our federal corrections system and during the parole process. We must level the playing field for victims of violent crime. Mr. Speaker, Lisa believes, and I agree, that lack of transparency regarding how parole dates and eligibility are determined cause the victims of crime to experience confusion, frustration, trauma, and resentment, sadly, for the justice system. It's the responsibility of the government to ensure that victims of crime are treated with the utmost respect and dignity. This legislation makes a simple amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that would provide just a little more respect and dignity for these families and survivors. This bill will require that information regarding the review and eligibility for all forms of parole be communicated in writing to the offender's victims, including an explanation of how the dates were determined for parole and explaining this process to be as transparent as possible. None of us can argue against the logic of this bill, and I've been thankful all along the way that I've received unanimous support from members of each party of this House. We need to give less government support to criminals and much more to victims and survivors. Mr. Speaker, a murderer's rights should never trump a victim's rights, yet they seem to every single time. A sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 25 years is meant to imply severity, punishment. This is simply not true and misleading to families, and it's also misleading to the public. Offenders serving a life sentence without parole for 25 years can be released on other forms of parole well before for personal development, temporary absences, and community service work. What we are trying to correct with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is simply victims' access to this information, as well as an explanation in advance. A recent update from Lisa exemplifies this. She said, Mr. Speaker, I was notified in July that my father's killer's day parole was extended for 6 months, and when it goes up again for renewal in January 2024, and even if he doesn't request full parole, he can be automatically granted it at the same time. There's no hearing I can attend and no opportunity for me to object, just an in-office paper decision. Also, at the same time, I was notified that the conditions on parole that I have in place, no transfers to the province of Ontario and parts of BC, can be lifted at any time. His case management team feels that he would benefit from attending courses in these areas. What an outrage that the only comfort for me and my family from an axe murderer can be lifted at the whims of his team. I can now inform this House that after Lisa was left to advocate for her own rights, which I may remind you heaped more trauma upon the victims, that Lisa was finally granted the opportunity to attend and provide a victim impact statement. On January 31st, 2024, Lisa traveled thousands of miles from Oshawa to British Columbia at her own expense to make her statement at the killer's parole hearing. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, her father's killer was once again denied full parole. But what about everybody else? Lisa is a shining example of a victim who's had the strength and fortitude to be able to advocate for herself and her family. But Mr. Speaker, at what cost? It's not her job to protect her rights as a victim. It's ours. Setting aside the mental trauma Lisa and her family have suffered, what about the personal costs she has had to bear, and what about the mental costs? Mr. Speaker, this was just one example of the many, many times she has had to fight this fight for herself the last 23 years. So here we have it, colleagues. A killer can be released into a community where his victims live at the whim of his case management team. No need to explain to the victims how the decision was made and when the release will take place until after the fact. I know that you all agree that this is unconscionable, and it shouldn't have to be a fight that the victims have to fight year after year just to keep the most callous of murderers where they belong. Mr. Speaker, families who have suffered because of an offender's action don't deserve to be re-victimized by the parole system. Under the guise of rehabilitation, victims of crime often must stand back and watch while violent offenders exercise their rights, which, as most victims of crime find, are nothing more than a mockery of justice and basic common sense. The rights of victims should be made equal to, or rather, they should be made better than the rights of offenders. Mr. Speaker, though we aren't going to fix all these serious matters with just one bill, but I think we can all agree our systems need to be recalibrated. I think we can all agree that we must pass this bill and take an important step in easing the burden on victims of crime and survivors. So again, Mr. Speaker, I say victims deserve better. At the very least, they deserve accurate, timely explanations and information. Lisa and I are grateful to our colleagues here in the House, the committee, and all members of this House. Let's get this bill to the Senate and let's get it passed into law. Let's do one good thing for victims of crimes and survivors. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering, how much time do I have left? 3 minutes? I would like just to read a statement into the record from Lisa. My name is Lisa Freeman, and I am the inspiration for Bill C-320. I was 21 years old when my father, Roland Slingerland, was axed to death in Oshawa, Ontario. His murder brought the usual feelings that no one would expect: deep grief, trauma, and an overwhelming feeling of loss. As the years move along, the weight of the crime is so heavy to carry, but you do your very best to recover from the very worst thing that ever happened to you. If you are strong enough, you will participate in the parole process, something that is truly only for the brave, because everything you thought you knew or what you thought would happen doesn't. No one is locked away forever, no keys thrown away, and there's truly no life sentence for anyone other than the victims. I often say that if you are standing after the initial crime, navigating the parole system will bring you to your knees. Transparency is a word we often use, and Bill C-320 is based on that principle. Victims of crime be given crucial information about the offender who harmed them or their loved ones in a timely manner. By backing this bill, the weight of what victims of crime carry will be lessened considerably. I urge everyone here today to take my words into consideration and ask for your support in moving this bill to the next stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Caribou.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague from Oshawa. This is more of a comment rather than is a question, Mr. Speaker, through you. I just want to congratulate our honourable colleague and thank him for his perseverance in putting forth Bill C-320. This is, Mr. Speaker, after all, probably, I think, if my math is correct, the third iteration of this. He has worked for over a decade on this type of legislation, much the same as our Senator Boisvenu in the Senate, retiring Senator Boisvenu. He has been a tireless advocate for victims' rights, and I just want to congratulate him and thank him for that. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if he's got any further comments that he'd like to add.
L'honorable député d'Oshawa.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, humbly, I just want to thank my colleague, but also the members of this House. I've had members from all parties come and talk to me about this bill and about the compassion of this House for victims. And I think it's something that we all realize. I feel such sincere respect for victims of crime such as Lisa, who bravely, over a decade ago, walked into a Members of Parliament's office and wanted to do something, not just for her and her family, but for victims in the future. And Mr. Speaker, if anybody reads this bill, like, you know, it's 10 changes, 10 words added in the English version. but it's a small change, but it'll make a big difference. So as we move these changes forward, we have to remember it's the victim. My colleagues mentioned the Honourable Senator Pierre Boisvenu. His life's work as a survivor himself was to make an attitude change here in government so that we actually put victims first. And I applaud the colleagues who have supported me, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I know Lisa does as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
And thank you to my colleague for bringing this matter forward. At committee, we also heard that some victims and family members that they are not always ready and prepared or don't always want to hear about those who have impacted their family. And so I appreciate that the member opposite has worked with across the aisle on this to ensure that it's for those who want the information to ensure that they are given that, but that there's also a recognition that it's up to the victims and victims' families to decide what information they receive. Could he also comment on that?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague from Durham Region for her question because she brings out a very important point. Every victim's family is different, and what they want to hear during that grieving process is different. So one of the things that is really important about this bill, it actually allows choice. It allows the victims and their families whether or not they want to receive the different information. And over a time period, because they will be getting transparent, clear information, as they heal, if that's at all possible, and they want to get more information about the process and what's going on, they're able to get it. So again, Mr. Speaker, we've listened to victims. Lisa, as a victim's advocate, again, I applaud her courage for bringing this forward. It's not an easy thing to do. And, you know, she's so darn determined. Like, this has been over 2 decades, really, that she's worked at this. And we have the opportunity to give her that success, to give victims of crimes and their families that success. So hopefully colleagues today will understand that and take that into account as we move forward with this debate and move it to the Senate.
Questions and comments? In 15 seconds, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague, the member for Oshawa, for championing this bill. In his tenure as a member of Parliament, he has consistently been a champion for the rights of victims. This bill is common sense, and one of the recurring themes that I have heard from the families of victims is that they feel that they don't have support and they don't have information long after the trial and conviction of the perpetrator who took the life of their loved one. Could the member comment on that?
There is no time remaining, so as quickly as possible, please.
Just to say that the member is absolutely right, and we do need to do more. This is a small change, but it's going to make a big difference, and I thank him for his kind words and support.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Clover.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley.
Great to see you in the chair today. I'm pleased to participate in the discussion on Bill C-320. As we reach report stage of this bill, I'd like to express gratitude to the Honourable Member for Oshawa for bringing this important bill to the House. Bill C-320 is an important piece of legislation aimed at increasing victims' understanding of corrections and conditional release. According to existing federal law, victims who share their contact details with the Correctional Service of Canada or the Parole Board of Canada and who meet the legal definition of victim are entitled to specific information about those responsible for harming them. This information includes key dates indicating when offenders may be eligible for review and release. Mr. Speaker, should Bill C-320 be accepted, it would amend the law to ensure that victims not only know when offenders could be released, but importantly, and also understand how officials determine those eligibility dates. Mr. Speaker, the government supports this legislation, and I encourage honourable members to lend it their full support. The purpose of this bill aligns with the government's commitment to uphold victims' rights to information while taking into consideration offenders' privacy rights. Victims of crime and their families seek clarity, transparency, and opportunities to have their voices heard within the justice system. Bill C-320 aims to provide the clarity and transparency they seek, offering victims of offenders more information about crucial eligibility and review dates in advance. This legislation lets victims know that we hear them. It clearly aligns with our commitments to support victims' rights, including their need for information. Mr. Speaker, this bill builds upon the progress made in recognizing and upholding the rights of crime victims in our country. Over the years, governments of various affiliations and members from both sides of the chamber have taken actions to advance victims' rights. This evolution began back in 1988, Mr. Speaker. At that point, the House endorsed a statement of basic principles of justice for victims of crime. Subsequently, federal laws provided victims with a voice at sentencing hearings, emphasizing their rights based on an increasing understanding of their needs. The enactment of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act in 1992 first entitled victims to receive information about the offender who harmed them. In 2003, the government updated and re-endorsed the Statement of Basic Principles. And in 2015, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights became law, solidifying victims' rights in various ways. Under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, victims of crime are legally entitled to receive information on inmates' progress towards meeting the objectives set out in their correctional plan. Name a representative to receive information on their behalf, access a photo of the person who harmed them prior to release, and receive reasons if the Parole Board of Canada does not impose any release conditions requested by victims. Moreover, victims can actively participate in Parole Board hearings virtually or in person, presenting victim statements and requesting special conditions for an offender's release. Recent legislative measures, such as Bill C-83, further strengthen victims' rights by making audio recordings of parole hearings available to all registered victims of crime. And the National Office for Victims, in collaboration with federal partners, continues to produce informative materials on sentence calculation rules that are available online. Mr. Speaker, the progress made is a testament to ongoing conversations among victims of crime, elected representatives, and government officials. These conversations, embodied not only in C-320, but also in recent legislative initiatives like Bill S-12, affirm our commitment to victims' rights. Bill S-12, which received royal assent on October 26 of this past year, seeks to connect victims of offenders with ongoing information and enhanced publication ban laws. Additionally, the Correctional Services of Canada and Parole Board of Canada work tirelessly to raise awareness of victims' rights. Mr. Speaker, in the government's view, Bill C-320 aligns with these sensible, nonpartisan, multi-generational advancements. Victims of crime and their families want clarity. They want transparency. They want a voice, and they want that voice to be heard. And that's why I look forward to passing Bill C-320 in the House today and encourage other members here to join me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's very touching to see the progress we're making. The Bloc Québécois is really looking forward to moving ahead with this after third reading. Now, I'd like to take our reflections a bit further and to add some new elements about the current situation. You will remember, Mr. Speaker, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in Quebec and in many other places in the Western world, there was an increase in feminicide. It was already an alarming phenomenon before COVID, but it became a true scourge. Each week, almost each day, we would wake up in the morning, listen to the news, and hear about another case of feminicide. The situation was incredibly worrisome. In fact, between 2009 and 2019, there was an increase in violence against women of almost 7.5%. Violence against women just because they are women. I'm a woman. I am mother to 2 young women, and I'm a member of Parliament. So I have a lot of responsibilities. But I'm also just like any other Canadian. When I see and hear about news like this, I feel incredulous, enraged, and sometimes powerless. I feel this way because it's very difficult to understand that this could still be occurring in 2024. Women have the right to live in safety. That's not a luxury, it's not a privilege, it's a basic right. I get the impression that we're in a situation where violence against women is condemned and decried everywhere. It's less acceptable than ever before. But unfortunately, women are still victims of suffering, violent men who feel that their partner, their former partner, the mother of their children, that their lives are worth less than theirs. Too many women still live in fear. Fear needs to change sides. The aggressor should feel afraid, not the victim. And this bill will help us shift the fear. This bill, it will be very helpful. Now, men who live with psychologically and physically violent men should no longer be submissive. They should be supported. Together, we will ensure that aggressors are the ones who feel shame and fear. We are lawmakers. It is incumbent upon us to bring about change. We have made some progress. My colleague highlighted some of that progress. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is an ally. We will always be there for women to ensure that their fundamental rights are upheld. At the Bloc Québécois, we don't support women and defend women's rights temporarily. We believe in it very deeply. We in the Bloc Québécois do not defend women's rights only when it's convenient for us or benefits us. We defend women, their rights, their freedom, and their safety at all times, across the board. So for the Bloc, this isn't a stance. It's in our very DNA. We're a feminist party.
Once again, Quebec is an example to many jurisdictions around the world. In 2021, after a lot of hard work by citizens groups, women, and members of the Quebec National Assembly, including Véronique Yvon, whom I think the chair knows very well, and for someone for whom I have a great deal of respect, Quebec has created special courts for victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. And I want to take 30 seconds to read a quote from the government of Quebec that was passed. The creation of this court within a new division of the Criminal and Penal Division of the Court of Quebec will ensure better accompaniment and support for victims before, during, and after the judicial process, while respecting the principles of criminal law. Each stage of the judicial process will be reviewed to improve the experience of victims by better meeting their needs. So it's essential that the shame changes sides. We have to put in place legal structures that are capable of welcoming women victims with respect and listening to them. Quebec has become the first government in Canada and the 7th jurisdiction in the world to introduce this electronic device designed to give women who are victims of domestic and sexual violence back their autonomy and a strong sense of security. It's a major step towards women's safety. And above all, a paradigm shift. Now it's the abuser who has to live in fear. The fear of the bracelet, the fear of approaching their victim and all the conditions that go along with that. Women will be able to live a life where she can slowly but surely return to a healthy lifestyle, where she knows that she will not come face to face with her attacker. Bill C-320 aims to do exactly that. In other words, to put in place an information mechanism so that people who have been victims or who have been victimized. I have 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, 3 minutes. So we want the victim to get an explanation about how certain decisions were made about their assailant from the prison system. And this is worth mentioning. This mechanism for victims means they will have access to additional information about their abuser's situation and the decisions taken against that individual will strengthen the justice system and increase confidence. I would like to conclude with a quote by Simone de Beauvoir. The scandalous thing about scandal is that you get used to it. Let's never get used to violence against women and feminicide. Our actions must be guided by humanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the work that you are doing today. I wanted to thank the member for Oshawa for bringing this bill forward, and he spoke very eloquently about the Freeman family. I certainly hope that the debate today, the fact that this bill is moving forward, that there seems to be a consensus within this chamber, provides some small measure of peace to that family. And I thank the member for his speech. The New Democrats are supporting Bill C-320. And we believe providing information to victims helped understand the parole process is a vital part of transparency and justice for those victims, the victims' families. And so that is why we are supportive of this legislation. We also believe that we need to be doing a lot more for victims, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we're aware of the fact that often victims are left aside following some of the most horrendous crimes. It's victims that are not provided with the appropriate transparency from our justice system and with the appropriate supports. This is something that needs to be reinforced, that victims need to provide all the supports that they should be getting from the system. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is one example. Having that transparency around parole is vitally important, and I'll come back in just a moment to the vital function of parole, of that transition to avoid reoffending, and where societies have been most successful in lowering the reoffending rate is where there is in place that properly supervised and monitored transition, including parole systems. These are absolutely fundamental, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But I will say this. We saw with the Paul Bernardo case another example of victims not receiving information that was critical. Now, we had a transfer within the system, but the reality is that information flow, that transparency, that providing of information to victims was not present. And the Public Safety Committee, as you know, Mr. Speaker, held a number of hearings with the victims and victims' family. In a trauma-informed way, I think all members of the committee really tried to ensure that this was removed from the standard type of political comments that sometimes occur at committee. All members of the committee received that trauma-informed information so that when the victims' families, representatives of the victims came forward, we were able to, I think, from all parties, provide an appropriate level of questioning and getting really the information that was so important. What happens now when there's transfers within the correctional system. Parole is obviously, and that is what's targeted by this bill, is absolutely essential as well, that transparency be there. Now, I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I would talk a bit about the importance of parole. And when we see within correctional services around the world, where there is a properly monitored, properly supervised parole system, the level of reoffending goes remarkably down. Norway is often pointed to, where the Norwegian Correctional Services at one point did not have that type of transition or parole. Offenders served their full sentences, and the reality was the reoffending rate was very high. Norway tried a new approach, an approach where there was parole put into place, properly supervised, properly monitored system. And as a result of that, the reoffending rate for offenders who were leaving the correctional services went down remarkably. And when we look at correctional services around the world, the reoffending rates are much lower where there is properly supervised, properly monitored parole systems. Offenders do not reoffend. There is a consistent field of study that shows the difference. And certainly in a number of American states where they have continued to ensure that offenders serve their full sentence without that transition, the reoffending rate is much higher. And so we can take lessons from that. Canada has in place a parole system that is often not properly supervised, not properly monitored because of a lack of resources. This is unacceptable. If we are going to put the essential need of ensuring that offenders have every tool to not reoffend and that victims' families are fully advised and apprised of situations, bills like C-320 are an important component of that, but resources are absolutely essential. And that's where we're coming from, Mr. Speaker. In this corner of the House, we believe that there needs to be more supports for victims. The transparency that is here is essential, but also looking for transparency within transfers in the correctional services and ensuring that victims are provided with the supports that are so essential. When victims' families are apprised of this information, often they're not provided with, in some cases, what is a deep need for psychological and mental health supports. This is something that needs to change if we're really going to ensure that we have a correctional service that serves justice, that provides for the lowest possible reoffending rate, but also does justice to victims and victims' families. Then we need to ensure that those supports are in place. I've only got a few minutes left, Mr. Speaker, so I would like to talk about other resources that we believe need to be brought in. The crime prevention programs that were ended under the former government 10 years ago, BC Crime Prevention Centre and others that were closed across the country as crime prevention funding was cut back, was simply wrong-headed. The reality is crime prevention funding is an essential tool to ensure that there are no further victims. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that $1 invested in crime prevention saves about $6 in policing costs, in court costs, in prison costs. So it's a no-brainer. From this corner of the House, we believe in substantially funding crime prevention right across the country to ensure that there are fewer victims and that we're bringing the crime rate down. I believe and we believe that this is an absolutely essential tool. So yes, providing supports to victims is a critical step, but actually ensuring that there are fewer victims is a much smarter approach. And we believe in being smart on crime and smart on the causes of crime. This is how we can reduce the crime rate. I note, Mr. Speaker, that sadly, when we're talking about resources, that last December, the official opposition proposed significant cuts with vote 23, 24, and 25, a sum total of over $300 million in cuts to the correctional services and the courts administration service. So it seems to me wrong-headed to cut $300 million when what we actually need to do is ensure that there is further funding to support victims, but further funding to support the transparency that is a necessary aspect of correctional services, and further funding to actually ensure, for example, that the reality of Bill C-320, those important recommendations are actually kept. So the funding is a critical part of ensuring that we are responding in a complete way to ensure that the needs of victims are kept in place.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would like once again to thank the member for Oshawa for the presentation of the bill C-320. The NDP will support this bill. We think that this is an important step in order to ensure that victims and the families of victims have access to information that is absolutely critical and important. And I thank the member for having introduced the bill. And we hope that it will be passed here as well as in the other place in the coming days. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to stand and speak on my friend from Oshawa's bill C-320. You know, Mr. Speaker, nowhere could 10 words, and an explanation of how that date has been determined makes such a difference, a profound impact on so many Canadians. I've stood in this House so many times over the last 8 years and talked about victims' rights. We talk about the Paul Bernardo case. We talk about the Tori Stafford case, where Terry Lynn McClintock, the murderer of 8-year-old Tori Stafford, was moved to a healing lodge. We talk about Catherine Campbell, the Halifax police officer that was heinously murdered by Christopher by a murderer that then claimed that he had developed PTSD from the actual murder. And he was put to the front of the line before that of victims of violence, veterans, first responders, to receive treatment for his post-traumatic stress disorder.
Disgusting.
Absolutely shameful. Or the case that I've stood in this House and talked about so many times, and that is the case of Canada's youngest serial killer, Cody Lejabokov, who was found in 2010, just 20 years of age, in my riding of Cariboo, Prince George. He had murdered Natasha Montgomery, Jill Stachenko, and Cynthia Mass, and he'd murdered a friend of mine's daughter, Lauren Leslie, who was 15 at the time. I've stood in this House time and time again and said, who speaks for the victims? You know, Cody Lejabokov was sentenced to, was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder in December of 2014. That should have been the end of it. But we found out, not through Corrections Canada releasing information to the families, we found out through the press that Cody had been moved from a maximum security prison to a medium security prison just 5 years later. Transferred just mere kilometers down the road from Lauren's sister. Who speaks for families? When I question Corrections Canada on this, when I question the public safety minister at the time on how this can happen, the answer I got, well, it's not an exact science, Mr. Speaker. Not an exact science. You see, in Canada, life doesn't mean life for those who commit heinous crimes. It means life for the victims of the families, or the family's victims. They have a life sentence. And oftentimes they can't get the information that they require, that they deserve, on why these transfers are happening. This bill, C-320, simply puts transparency and victims' rights, equally important principles for democracy and criminal justice. It simply gives victims of violent crime and their families rights. Finally, we are seeing some movement. This bill came to fruition thanks to the advocacy of Lisa Freeman, a constituent from our colleague from Oshawa. Now, her father was murdered in 1991. We've heard the story. She was caught off guard when her father's killer was eligible for parole, early parole, 20 years into a 25 life sentence. Oftentimes, the victims of violent crime and their families, or the survivors, they find out through the media. They're not told in advance. We heard earlier as if they're the ones that have to keep pressing and pressing for more information. They have to be on it all the time. Common decency would say that if your loved one was murdered, your child, your father, your uncle, your brother, your mom, don't we owe these victims of violence just the modicum of decency that we inform them when these killers are being moved or transferred to a different level of security or being released out into the community? You know, our Bloc friends said that the aggressors need to fear. We see this now and again. What are the stats about repeat and prolific offenders and how crime has gone up and how our victims of violence, there's more and more victims of violence, and how that's impacting, well, it's impacting female Canadians at an alarming rate, but it's impacting our families. I applaud my colleague from Oshawa for his tenacity, for his undying pursuit of justice for victims and their families. C-320, by all accounts of what we've heard here in the House today, should pass this House. And it will go to the Senate, where we hope that it will be unamended and swiftly receive royal assent, where once and for all, we can all stand in this House and say we fought for the rights of victims. In preparing for this speech today, I looked over my messages from Mr. Leslie, Doug Leslie, a friend of mine whose daughter Lauren was murdered by Lejabokov. His message is always the same. Who speaks for me? Who speaks for the victims? Who stands up for the victims? Today, all of us can say that by passing 320. An act that really, 10 little words, but it means so much. I opened my speech today by saying nowhere in any of the legislation that we've done today were 10 little words, and I'll add it again, and an explanation of how that date has been determined can provide such profound help to so many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I applaud my colleague from Oshawa. I applaud those in this House that have offered a reasonable debate, and I thank you for the time.
Resuming debates, I inform the Honourable Member for Nepean that he will approximately 7 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to discuss Bill C-320, an act to amend Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Victims who share their contact information with the Correctional Service of Canada and or the Parole Board of Canada and who meet the definition of victim outlined in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, CCRA, are entitled to receive certain information about the person who harmed them. This information includes review and release eligibility dates, which are provided to victims in an initial contact letter. Bill C-320 would require that victims be provided with an explanation on how those dates are determined. Across the country, victims of serious crimes may deserve to know how sentences are administered, including eligibility for temporary absences and parole. Together, the Correctional Service of Canada and the Parole Board of Canada have over 8,000 registered victims. We have heard from them and that they and their families want clarity and they want transparency. I look forward to supporting Bill C-320 to provide that increased clarity and transparency that victims of crime are asking for, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, I want to thank the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for their expeditious study. The committee has returned to this place an unamended bill which received unanimous support. I look forward to that unanimity continuing in our debate today. Mr. Speaker, ensuring that the rights of victims are upheld is important. Our government has moved past new legislation to continue to support victims' rights in the form of Bill S-12. That legislation ensures that victims receive ongoing information about the offender after sentencing and would improve the law on publication bans by giving a greater voice and clarity to victims in regard to imposing and lifting a publication ban. Bill C-320 shares similar aims to Bill S-12. As members know, the CCRA governs both Correctional Service of Canada and the Parole Board of Canada. It is the foundation on which people serving federal sentences are supervised and conditional release decisions are made. It also recognizes that victims of crime have an important role to play in the criminal justice system. It provides victims with an opportunity to access certain information and participate in the federal corrections and conditional release process. With the CCRA and the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights as a foundation, a variety of government departments, including the Parole Board of Canada and the Correctional Service of Canada, work together to provide information services to victims. The Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights expanded the information available to the victims as it relates to hearings by allowing victims who are unable to attend a hearing to request to listen to an audio recording of the parole hearing. At any time, victims may also submit information that details the physical, emotional, or financial impact the offense has had on them to the parole board for consideration in its decision making. They may also raise any safety concerns they may have related to the offender's risk of reoffending. As part of the victim statement, victims can also request that the board consider imposing special condition of an offender's release. All this information assists board members in assessing risk and determining if additional conditions may be necessary to impose if release to the community is granted. Mr. Speaker, they may also raise any safety concerns they may have in relation to the offender's risk of reoffending. As part of the victim statement, victims can also request that the board consider imposing special conditions on the offender's release. All this information assists board members in assessing risk and in determining if imposing additional conditions may be necessary if release to the community is in fact granted. The protection of society is the paramount consideration in all parole board decisions. I will also note that the Public Safety Canada plays a role in improving victims' experience with the federal corrections and conditional release system. The National Office for Victims engages with victims and their advocates and service providers, hosting annual roundtables and developing information products about victim rights and services, and applying a victim's lens on corrections and conditional release policy development. Victims can also receive information in the format of their choosing, including through the victims portal. They can submit information electronically, including victim statements. These services respect a victim's right to information, and this information serves to engage and empower victims to make informed decisions in relation to their rights to participation and protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member, and I'll let the member know that if he so chooses, he will have 3 minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock. The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend, everyone.
you.